the joint committees of finance in Parliament, and move to welcome the chairpersons, Comrade Karim, Comrade Mahlangu, and condolences, Comrade Digeledi, for the loss of their brother. Chairperson Shenge, welcome all members of Parliament who are present in this platform. Welcome all the stakeholders who are going to make submissions, and those who have already done through written submissions. The entire parliamentary support teams, PBO, FFC, National Treasury, media, and the public in general. You are all welcome. Do we have roll call and apologies?
Okay, go ahead, Alan.
Thanks, Nkululeko. Good morning, Chair and members. From Standing Finance, no apologies, Chair.
Okay.
From the Select Committee on Finance, there are no apologies, Chairperson.
Okay. Let's proceed to the main item, which is public hearings on the 2023 fiscal framework and revenue proposals. It's 10 minutes, isn't it, Kuleko Allen, for each stakeholder to make a presentation?
Yes, Chairperson, it's 10
Yes,
minutes.
Chair, that's correct.
After all, the person who's going to break the ice is like an honorable member of this house. Comrade Matthew, you will take the lead. You know the rules. We don't have to emphasize them to you. And thanks very much to see you again in the new year since we met last time. Over to you, Kosato. I'm not sure if it's Comrade Matthew or any other leader of the delegation of Kosato can take over. And time yourself, please, 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. And I think also just for us to offer our condolences to Comrade Dikeledi, Mahlangu, and I think also to yourself, Honorable Chairperson. I recall you also lost your father, I think last week, if memory serves me right. I think, Chair, hopefully you can see my PowerPoint. I've had some technical gremlins this morning, but hopefully you can see it.
Yes, you can. We can see it.
Okay, no, thanks very much, Chair. So I think, Chair, just to appreciate, Kosato being given space to give our submission on the fiscal framework and the revenue proposals. I think our vantage point as Kosato Chair is to look at the key challenges facing the country. We still have an economy which is still very fragile, emerging from a devastating recession and obviously a global pandemic. We have seen some positive progress with a 4% decline in unemployment over 2022, but it's still very high at a level of 42.6%. And of course, many workers have lost wages, are highly indebted, etc. We all know the issues of the escalating levels of load shedding, and of course, the cable theft that is crippling our railway network, which is key to the economy. We also know that many of our SOEs and even municipalities are in varying stages of financial collapse or distress. Many municipalities are now struggling to provide basic services to communities. And of course, I think we all know the devastating impact that corruption has and still has across the state. I think, Chair, for us on the fiscal framework, where we disagree with Treasury is that we think we need to address all of these crises simultaneously. We don't think we can simply focus on reducing the debt level, which is important, but we also can't then ignore the other crises. If we're projecting a 0.9% growth in the economy this year, that's a crisis. We think we need to do more to give relief to the unemployed, do more to help young people get into the economy through public employment programs. We think we need to do more to stimulate the economy to grow. And of course, rebuilding the state, the SOEs, local government, and frontline public services. We do think we need to do more, give more support to SARS, which has done quite well on the tax front. And of course, there's always a need to do much more on the issue of corruption. We think whilst you do that, then you can also then begin to reduce the debt in a sustainable manner, but we shouldn't be simply that we reduce the debt and we hope other things just somehow fix themselves. Chair, we know that members would always ask us about the wage bill as a key part of the budget, and we think it's stable at 35% of the budget since 2008. We are very worried that the government needs to fix its broken relationship with public servants, and they should engage on the issues of wage bill in the Public Service Bargaining Council, engage in good faith, and let's see how can we find each other. But if you want to build a developmental state, if you want to achieve the objectives we set in SONA and in the budget, we need to have motivated public servants. And public servants are highly indebted like all other people. They're supporting relatives who have lost jobs. They've seen their wages being eroded by inflation over the past few years, and they simply want to have their buying power protected like anybody else. We think there are ways to assist government on this front by having a single wage regime for the entire state, not just the public service, which is about 2/3 of the state. Let's see how can we kind of combine those collective bargaining processes with national, provincial government, SOEs and entities. But also, Chair, I think symbolically it's critical to reduce where to pay ministers, MECs, premiers, the senior management of the SOEs, etc., who often earn really exorbitant salaries. We think, Chair, also there is some space, as we saw with PRASA, to eliminate ghost posts, which we've seen. We think there are many more across, especially in local government. Chair, we think that the unsung hero really of this budget is the employees of SARS, who have really done excellent work. They've exceeded the revenue collection target of about 93 billion rand. We should be giving more support to SARS, because basically if you give them R1 billion, they'll give you 10 billion rand in additional revenue, give or take. And that's going to help us to get out of these crises. But we should be also looking at requiring SARS to undertake lifestyle audits of the wealthy, be it in the public or the private sector, look at what tax loopholes can we close, and see what additional personnel can we give to SARS around customs enforcement. And we can source those from the retiring Defence Force personnel, use the Presidential Employment Initiative. We do think there is a need to overhaul the fuel levy, and we should be looking at other possible tax increases we could look at for the wealthy. But I think mainly the premise should be about protecting low and middle income earners. On the economic relief front, Chair, I think we want to welcome the extension of the SOD grant. It really has been a critical lifeline to the poor, but we're really quite shocked that we haven't, at the very least, adjusted it for inflation. It came into effect in 2020 at 350, and 3 years later remains at 350. And obviously, that has an impact upon his buying power. And we don't think it's an issue of resources, because the amount we allocated last year for the SOD grant was 44 billion rand. This year's 36 billion rand. So there was space to increase it for inflation. And also, I think, Chair, we're quite worried about the uptake as being decreasing significantly, because we're at times applying overtly stringent criteria to qualify, etc. We should be saying, how can we also help make sure that its participants are involved in skills training programs where possible and jobs programs where possible. We've supported the presidential employment stimulus because it's been quite a useful intervention to help young people get into the labor market. But again, Chair, it's quite disappointing that with our high level of unemployment, we've decreased the allocation last year, February, from 24 billion rand to 9.4 billion rand this year. So instead of taking on board 500,000 young people, it'll take on board 250,000. In reality, we actually should have increased it to take on board 2 million people. Chair, we have made progress, I think, with your honourable members and Treasury around the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill to give early access to the pension funds for financially distressed workers. And we hope to see that being expedited and come into effect by March next year. We want to welcome the 4 billion rand fuel price relief given to society. But again, Chair, we think we do need to have the RAF and the RAPS bills tabled at Parliament so we can set the RAF on a sustainable financial trajectory, including its 400 billion rand liabilities. Chair, the tax relief for income brackets given to low and middle income earners is welcome, but we didn't think that was necessary to give it also to high income earners, given the fiscal constraints. We want to welcome the 254 billion rand debt relief given to Eskom, but we hope this does not include the selling of its assets. We want to support the incentives given to solar panels, but we should make sure that we don't leave poor households or SMEs behind who can't afford the upfront capital. And we should be engaging DMRE about reviving its RDP Houses solar panel program, which has been kind of really dormant for the past 5 years. The additional measures given to Transnet and PRASA, Chair, are welcome, but we think we also need to give support to them on the security front, because otherwise they're going to continue to be decimated by cable theft. Chair, the post office is extremely worrying. So the 2.4 billion rand is welcome, but it should not be premised upon a plan to retrench 4,000 workers and to cut the salaries of workers who remain by 40%. And we had welcomed the relief given to Denel in October, but it's quite worrying that 6 months later, they have not submitted the turnaround plan or the financial reports. The infrastructure program is welcome. It's a significant increase, this year and over the MTEF, and that's we hope really will help to spur the economy. We'll make sure it is spent and put in place the necessary measures to prevent corruption, also to do the issue of construction site mafias. I think really the additional measures given to Metro Rail as well are quite critical and to Transnet. And I think, Chair, there's been a significant increase in allocation to water, which is quite welcome and overdue. Let's just hope we do spend the money, we spend it effectively, and also see how can we increase local procurement for it. Chair, I won't go too much into local government because we will have the DORA bill, but I think just simply to say that it's worrying that we have 90% of our municipalities in financial distress, including about 20 which don't pay their workers. Yet we don't see a coherent plan from COGTA or SALGA to turn this around. And it is quite worrying because the impact upon workers is obvious, with them not getting paid. And of course, with municipalities, or many companies in these municipalities also closing shop as a consequence. Chair, I think on the corruption front, we have seen some progress with you look at what the SIU has been doing, etc., what SARS has been doing. But again, we need to be giving more support to the law enforcement institutions, seizing more assets, bringing more people to trial, etc. Chair, we had welcomed the increase in the police headcount by 10,000 last year. There was a commitment by the President in SONA to do another 10,000 this year, but in the budget, it's been revised down to 5,000. And whilst this 15,000 is a step in the right direction, Chair, with a turnover of about 10,000 resignations and retirements every year from the police, we think we're not going to be reversing the headcount losses significantly. And Chair, I think we would want to support additional resources to the NPA and to the courts. And I think we look forward to the public procurement bill coming to Parliament because I think it's going to give additional tool in the fight against corruption. Chair, I won't go too much into the appropriation issues, but just flagging our concerns because we will have the appropriation bill later, that quite a few critical departments see below inflation increases or even cuts like basic education, health, the police, the courts, industrialization, home affairs, etc. And that is quite worrying given these are key frontline departments. But we do want to welcome the additional funding given to NSFAS, to roads, to land reform, and to the NPA, and to SARS as well. Those are quite useful. But I think our point, Chair, is that we've seen with SARS that if you invest in SARS in terms of employing additional staff, increasing the capacity of the institution, it really does bring huge benefits to society, to the economy, to workers, to businesses. And that's the approach we should take. We should not be taking an approach which says, well, home affairs, you've got long queues and let's cut your allocation further. Chair, I think in conclusion, we do want to say that we have the budget, and I think now it's critical for the President and the Parliament obviously to hold government departments, ministers accountable for implementing their commitments. Often we see that not happening. And often we see, as this committee often raises, that billions are rolled over, targets are missed, monies are lost, etc. And that really just will set us back. Chair, I think we do think that Parliament has the scope within the law to amend the budget, and we think Parliament should be considering amending the allocations given to the SCD grant. It shouldn't be reduced, it should be increased, and at least increased for inflation. And similarly, Chair, we think the Presidential Parliament Initiative as well should also have been increased. I think lastly, Chair, and hopefully I stuck to the 10 minutes, elections are in 14 months from now, give or take. We don't have 14 months for government to turn things around. Voters will be judging over the next few months how government does at all levels. And of course, they'll be rendering their verdict in the ballot box in a year's time. So I think, Chair, let me stop there, and hopefully I've stuck to the 10 minutes. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, Comrade Matthew, for the presentation or submission. Over to the widow's voice. I'm not sure who's leading the delegation. Over to you. 10 minutes allocated to you for submission.
Chair, it's Alan. Sorry, I don't think the widow's voice person is online. I've checked. I can't see the person. I do not have a contact number. I've only got an email address, and she's not responding.
Okay, try to look for them, all of you. They are a very important stakeholder. The reason why we also, in most cases, prefer that public hearings be through this platform is that stakeholders like Widows Voice and others can't afford to come to where we are. Flight tickets are very, very expensive. You can see even Parliament now is complaining that we have to reduce on flying even when it's not necessary. So this kind of a platform makes it easier for stakeholders like Widows Voice. Just try to locate them, write them the message through the email that you are looking for them and see if they can come later. Let's move to Healthy Living Alliance. Healthy Living Alliance, are you there?
Good day, Chair. Yes, we are here. My name is Eunice Monso. I'm from the Healthy Living Alliance. I've got an audio that I would like to play. I'm just not sure if, just in case I experience any technical challenges, I would like Alan to play it for me, please. Thank you.
Now is the time to take a look at obesity and
Thank you, Chair. I will now be moving into the presentation which we have prepared. So as HEALA, we believe in food justice for all South Africans, and this can be achieved through strengthening food policies that protect the public against unhealthy food environments, and policies such as the Health Promotion Levy is one of them. We call on the government to wholeheartedly commit to strengthening the Health Promotion Levy, an existing and successful health policy that benefits both the public's health and the National Treasury's pockets.
Eunice?
Yes,
Are
oh, okay. Yes, I'm here. I'm just, okay, I'll just use it in this. I hope that you'll be able to read on the screen.
Not you, Comrade Eunice Karim, the other.
Yeah. Sorry.
Comrade Karim.
Comrade Chair, you see how advanced my mother was. She chose a gender neutral name, okay? Very advanced. Enough, I'm afraid.
It's a neutral name. Okay. Sorry for disturbing you, Eunice. Please
Okay,
proceed.
thank you, Chair. So the Health Promotion Levy's potential. By calling the Health Promotion Levy the sugar tax does not give it justice. It has shown positive results in changing consumer behaviors, and it can protect South Africans' health and human rights. We know that Section 27 of the Constitution says that everybody has the right to access nutrition, and by access and sufficient food, it does not only mean food security, but food which is nutrition rich. So it also talks to nutrition security. The Health Promotion Levy increases the revenue for the government to spend on projects that enhance our people's lives. It even has the potential to address climate change and the threat it poses on food security and human health. However, the Health Promotion Levy is constantly under threat through non-transparent dealings with the private sector that dilute, delegitimize, and delay the increase of the HPL, an increase that would reap many benefits. These are some of the reasons why we need an increase in the HPL. Growing evidence shows that health taxes are the most cost-effective tools in controlling consumption of unhealthy foods. Increasing the HPL regularly while accounting for inflation is vital. Inflation has eroded the value of the HPL by 11% from 0.026 rands in 2018 to 0.23 grams of rands in 2021. The cost of obesity in 2022, this is from a study done by Priceless SA, was estimated to be 33.194 million, which is 15.38% of government health expenditure. A 2016 modeling study estimated that a HPL of 20% would save 5 billion in healthcare costs over the next 2 decades. From 2018 until 2021, the HPL has raised 7.9 billion in revenue, with billions of rands being forfeited annually by not increasing the levy to the 20%. The HPL has been successful in reducing sugary beverage consumption and overall sugar intake, with greater reductions in middle LSM households than in higher LSM households. And a study in the UK done, the UK also enacted a health promotion levy, a tax similar to the HPL in 2018. And they found results of reduced obesity amongst teenagers and adolescents. And to end obesity and achieve the vision of National Strategic Plan for Prevention and Control of NCDs, a long and healthy life for all through the equitable access to prevention and control of NCDs. The government should utilize this policy to lever to create a healthy food environment, which includes continuously increasing the HPL with annual increases as well to meet the recommended 20% rate, which is recommended by the World Health Organization, and also to lower the current 4-gram threshold. However, to our disappointment, in 2022, the National Treasury announced that it would be increasing the HPL from 2.21 cents per gram of sugar to 2.31% cents per gram of sugar, which is estimated to be about 4.5% increase, which was meant to take effect on April 1st, 2022. However, this increase was later postponed to take effect on the 1st of April, 2023, which was meant to be on this year. However, with the recent announcement at the recent budget speech, the Minister of Finance announced that there would be no increases to the HPL for the next 2 financial years. And their argument was that the sugar industry needs time to diversify or restructure itself, although they've already been graced with 5 years since the enactment of the HPL to do so. Blatantly shows that the government of South Africa prioritizes an industry's profit over successful life-saving, health and food policy that can protect the lives of millions of South Africans. By gifting the sugar industry 2 more years to restructure and diversify is a naive move, as their woes are self-created from decades ago. The industry seems to be deeply threatened by the HPL and continuously uses it as a scapegoat for their failures to adapt to the Sugar Master Plan and convert to biofuels. Their claims that the HPL has caused job losses is flawed, as they did not consider other non-HPL factors, which are influx of sugar imports during the evaluation period and pre-existing decline in the South African sugar industry due to decades of mismanagement, failure to transition, and decrease in exports to countries such as Mozambique, which may have impacted job losses in the sugar sector during this period. An analysis by Priceless found that the HPL has not led to reductions in employment in the sectors, which most likely to be impacted by the HPL, which are the beverage manufacturing, food and beverage retail, and food service. Health policies should not be driven by industry that does not have the best interest of South Africans, but rather that of profit at heart. And these are our recommendations as HEALA. 1, we recommend that government reconsiders their decision to side with the sugar industry and propose that the HPL be increased with the 2023-2024 financial year in April as promised in last year's budget speech. 2, we call on Treasury to commit to public consultation processes with a time frame for expanding the health promotion levy to include fruit juices and non-sugar sweetened beverages, which we've seen a rise in since the implementation of the HPL in 2018. And lastly, we call on Treasury to better incentivize access to healthy food and discourage consumption of unhealthy foods, which have had so many negative impacts on the South Africans' health. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much, Eunice, for the presentation from Hila. Let's move to the next stakeholder, Amandla Mobi. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning. Please allow me a second to share my screen. Greetings, members of the Select and Standing Committee on Finance. The 2023 budget tabled by Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana breaks promises made by President Ramaphosa in his SONA. This budget leaves the millions behind in poverty by keeping the rich rich and the poor poor. Our biggest issue with this budget is that it does not cater for the poor majority and instead provides relief for the rich. As an organization with a constituency of nearly 1 million people, the majority living in low-income backgrounds, we have constantly made our demands clear with proposals on how to find revenue to help lift millions out of poverty by taxing the rich more. Our campaign to tax the rich has much support. We also know for a fact that there are people willing to pay a little more tax to contribute towards the distribution of wealth.
Hi, this is Estelle. I want the Finance Committee to know that I think this budget entrenches inequality. I pay 7,000 Rand a month in personal income tax, and I support paying more tax to do my part to improve people's well-being, health, and education.
Our campaign called for an increase of personal income tax on those earning over 1 million Rand. It happens that each committee member here knows very well what paying a bit more tax would mean, since each of you earn a salary of over 1 million Rand. Would any committee member here go to bed hungry if they paid a bit more tax? The finance minister believes you can't afford to pay a bit more tax, but where is the evidence? Do you even know how much a loaf of bread costs?
No, I'm putting it on a board. I pay 9 Rand for the bread, and gold bread. Going up, it's going up. The bread price is going up all the time. It's going up. It's too expensive.
I haven't a clue. I just buy bread because we need it. I really haven't a clue what the bread price is. I think it's about 5 or 6 Rand. I'm not sure.
A loaf of bread at the moment, that is a good question.
Cost wise. I have no idea.
The clip you just watched is about 10 years old from a documentary called Crumbs, which is about how food companies like Tiger Brands and Pioneer Food colluded to increase the price of bread. At the moment, a loaf of bread is around 15 Rand. The point is, extreme inequality in our country requires real action. For the sake of me,
Chairperson, is it only me, or is everybody not able to hear anything at the moment?
Yeah,
I can hear as well. Me
So,
too.
are you still there? Hello, Tlo Zioba.
I'm here, Honorable Chair. Sorry, I'm not sure what happened there because it was still presenting. but let me do this. My apologies about that. I'll start it here. At the moment, a loaf of bread costs around 15 Rand. The point is, extreme inequality in our country requires real action. For the sake of making sure people can live with dignity, would taxing the rich more be that devastating? The fact that people were cheering when the finance minister announced that there won't be an increase in taxes on those who can afford to pay more tax is concerning. There is a cost of living crisis for the poor majority. There is a health crisis and an education crisis, yet there was that celebration.
We hear stories of how mothers won't eat so there is enough food for their children because the child support grant is not enough. But it appears the finance minister and treasury were more concerned about the impact of tax on those who love their Norwegian salmon from Woolworths. Salmon that costs nearly as much as the 350 grant someone has to survive on for a whole month. President Ramaphosa claims a basic income grant is being worked on. To turn the 350 SRD grant into a basic income grant, surely it is worth paying a bit more tax. Even if it means instead of that BMW that costs 2 million rands, someone has to settle for a Toyota Corolla. Is that too much to ask for? Honorable members, we are not economists nor experts, but there is research and proposals on how to implement a wealth tax. The Davis Tax Committee recommended gathering data on assets and liabilities, which SARS has already started. This data can be used to design and implement a wealth tax, which could help increase social grants and help fund the basic income grant. I am pleading to Minister Godongwana to please fight corruption, increase the tax of the rich, give more than 250 to all caregivers. The Minister, I would like to appeal to you, tax the rich people so that our monies could be increased. Mr. Minister, we live in such poor living conditions. That money is not barely enough for us to carry us through the month.
And while the budget was being tabled, here's what it sounded like to millions who live in poverty. We know President Ramaphosa made promises, but unfortunately, we cannot keep them for you. Even with the rising inflation, hikes, expensive food and medical health care, taxpayers who include rich people and big businesses cannot pay any more money. The 350 grant remains as it is, and unfortunately, even though the president said it would be used as a basis for the basic income grant, we don't have any plans to allocate budget for that. The decreased budget for the 350 grant says, oh, if you are poor, sorry, we can't get any more money to help you. If you are wealthy enough to afford solar electricity systems of up to 15,000 Rand, we as a government are very happy to subsidize you. If you can't, oh well then, tough, have fun in the dark. And the basic income grant?
There are many other progressive tax interventions that year on year, Treasury and the Finance Minister failed to implement. For example, a resource rent tax on mining companies would help fund things such as the basic income grant. Treasury and the Finance Minister appear to view big businesses as our nation's saviors. There's job creation, which is important, but their purpose is to maximize profits at all costs. Let us not forget that for years, mobile networks charged low-income consumers more per megabyte of data than rich consumers. Mobile networks essentially profited while helping to exclude people from accessing the internet, which is a powerful tool for education, job creation, and starting a business. Again, this budget fundamentally fails to effectively tax the immense wealth and profits in our country. We call on this committee to compel the Finance Minister, Treasury and SARS to provide the research, data, and analysis that informed their decision not to increase taxes on the rich, so that there would be less money and not cutting spending on health, education, and so on. We acknowledge the hard work of SARS to turn things around and improve compliance, including targeting offshore revenue estimated at 400 billion. More must be done to help SARS continue the important work to address non-compliance, but also illicit financial flows. Let us not forget that the Paradise Papers revealed more than 500 South African individuals and companies who use loopholes to avoid paying their fair share of tax.
Honorable members, while an additional 30 billion rands allocation for social grants may seem like a lot of money, food inflation basically cancels these social grant increases. The budget cut for the 350 grant will see 1 million people excluded from the grant. A 90 rands increase on the old age grant may sound like a lot of money to you, but for pensioners who are heading households and have to provide for financial support for their children and grandchildren, the new old age amount is still not enough. Pensioners have made their demand to increase this grant to 2,500 rands and give them a 13th check, but this continues to be a pipe dream for them as they struggle to put food on the table.
This is Tandi. She went grocery shopping for her 2 children with the child grant support money. Out of everything she needed, she had to choose one over the other because the money was simply not enough. On top of that, she still has to get her kids to school and get them other basic necessities. The groceries she bought would not even last for 2 weeks. Now imagine what happens to a pensioner who has to take care of an entire household with her grant money.
Grant mina ngibona ingekho enough ngoba khona manje ngikuthenga igroza yakhona ayiphelelanga iyashota. Akushebo asithumanga insipho yokwasha ayiphumanga ngapha kumele ngibhadale i-crash is 470 umntwana. So le mali le ayikho enough for ukuthi ingangifuba inyanga yonke.
Honorable members, this budget fails to help the poor majority find or create jobs because it fails to increase taxes on those who can afford to pay more. All of your political parties have made countless promises about creating jobs, but increasing social grants significantly and introducing a basic income grant would help millions travel to job interviews or start their own businesses. Social grants help local and informal economies in low-income communities.
This is not a budget that this country should be proud of. Honorable members, as elected officials, if you think the majority of the electorate supports this budget, you are in for the shock of your lives next year.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That is the end of our presentation.
Okay, thanks, Chloe, for the presentation from Amandla Mobi. Let's move to the next stakeholder, Institute for Economic Justice.
Good morning, Chair. My colleague Zimbali Ngube and I are going to present this morning. Zimbali, are you there?
Yes, good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Just share screen. Please allow me to share the screen. Kindly confirm if you can see.
We can see it, Zimbali.
Apologies, I'm just struggling with the poor connection. I'm just gonna try to share screen again. Can you see that now?
We can see the
Can you
screen.
see this?
Yeah, we can see the screen. We can continue.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity. And so I'll present one half of the presentation, and then my colleague Shailene will take over from me. Basically, our presentation will focus on these 4 key points. Firstly, that is the need for a new macroeconomic framework, and one that ensures that we target unemployment, poverty, and inequality, and then resources for rights realization. And then secondly, we want to uncover what are the costs of the fiscal strategy that the Treasury has chosen to pursue, and which is basically
Chair, I think he dropped off the platform. Could we maybe ask Sherilyn if she can share her screen and present?
Yeah, it seems to be having a problem. Cheryl, can you,
Sure, let me
can you
quickly
proceed with the presentation in the meantime? Then you will send us the PowerPoint presentation.
I will do that.
Yeah, please proceed and make a presentation.
Sure. So, Chair, thank you for the opportunity to present to you. Our key focus is, like Zimbali said, on a new macroeconomic framework, focusing on new targets and resourcing for rights realization, and the cost of a primary budget surplus. In addition, Eskom's debt relief and tax proposals as revenue considerations. In terms of a need for a new macroeconomic framework, excuse me, new targets and resourcing for rights realization, Chair, the current macroeconomic framework has prioritized providing macroeconomic stability and boosting business confidence. In an effort to achieve this, Treasury has been pursuing a primary budget surplus. The budget review states that reaching a primary budget surplus in the current financial year marks a significant achievement. But the question is, at what cost does this come? The national budget and the NTEF propose a reduction in non-interest expenditure to the tune of 162 billion rand in real terms over the medium term, which equates to a cut of 2.65% in real terms. At the same time, the Reserve Bank continues to hike interest rates as part of its inflation targeting regime. And again, what is the cost of the primary budget surplus? Cuts to real non-interest expenditure continue to undermine the provision of public services. And this has a disproportionate impact on the poor who rely particularly on public services. The burden of unpaid care work, mostly undertaken by women, is increased. In addition to this, women are overrepresented in public employment, so that cuts in public services increase their unemployment. Long-term human capital development is also undermined. And this means that people will continue to be excluded from the economy, which will affect economic growth. The levels of public and private investment are the lowest that they've been since 1994. And while the growth, at the same time as the growth forecast has been revised downwards by 0.9% for 2023. The real value of social grants is being eroded by inflation as they're inadequately provided for. And so we see that the spending basket of the poor is a lot smaller than it used to be. And this directly stems from reducing expenditure for social provisioning despite higher than expected revenue this year. So we see that we continue to benefit from commodities windfalls. There is no indication that this will shrink in the medium term, and yet we see cuts to expenditure. National Treasury in the budget review produced a graph that shows clearly that the long-term cost of the primary budget surplus equates to a diminishment of both public and private investment. In addition to this, we did some work in terms of calculating the direct costs of the budget cuts, and we see that there's a 47 billion rand decrease to health, a 39 billion rand decrease to basic education, 37 billion rand decrease to social protection, 12 billion rand decrease to general public services, 5 billion to industrialization and exports, and 1 billion to job creation and labor affairs. In an economy with the unemployment crisis that we currently experience, a lot of these numbers are really very disturbing. The numbers that we quote were essentially, if we take inflation and track it over the MTEF, what should Treasury be spending, what has been allocated, and what are the shortfalls? That's how we get to the 162 billion. Chair, we submit that South Africa's fiscal strategy should be guided by developmental priorities as per the country's constitution and the international human rights obligations set out in the international treaties, such as the ICEC-SR. We submit that we should have revision of both fiscal and monetary policy to targets from debt stabilization and inflation to unemployment, poverty, and inequality. If we maintain the purview, especially of monetary policy, to inflation targeting, and we ignore things like debt stabilization, sorry, not debt stabilization, but unemployment, poverty, and inequality, we are unlikely to get a fiscal framework that allows for provisioning that realizes rights realization. We call on the committee to ask Treasury to publish the HRIA of the implications of all budget policies, and then to work to reduce inequality and any negative and regressive budgetary impacts. Budget expenditure must be used to raise aggregate demand in the economy and to grow the economy's ability to supply goods and services, with the aim of ensuring structural transformation over the medium term. We further submit that budget expenditure must also support industrial policies, which aim to achieve changes in the size and the composition of different sectors in the economy. Fiscal consolidation must not be prioritized above all else, and policymaking must be in line with the evidence and the Constitution. National Treasury must instruct the South African Reserve Bank to pursue a broader range of socioeconomic and development targets. Monetary policy specifically should be used for the reduction of the cost of debt, to address the lack of competition in the banking sector, and to reduce the very high spread between the repo and the prime interest rates, which makes the cost of credit unacceptably high. Chair, in relation to the Eskom debt relief package and the impact that it has on the balance sheet, debt relief should accompany a reduction in payments, in repayments to private debt holders. By this, we mean that debt relief should only be one part of a wider debt restructuring that should include a reduction in repayments to private debt holders, otherwise known as haircuts. The overcapitalized government employees pension fund should write off its share of Eskom's debt, and the conditions attached to Eskom's debt relief, which prohibit it from investing directly in new renewable generation capacity, tacitly assigned the task to the private sector through independent power producers and embedded generation. Instead, the amount of money that Eskom has been given is limited to capital and to interest payments, respectively, over 3 years, and also to transmission and to distribution. That kind of restriction should will only allow Eskom to invest in transmission and distribution, and will facilitate privatization of energy generation, which undermines the debt relief package. This leaves Eskom with wheeling costs, and so we see additional costs there, while IPPs get to generate profit from using the grid, and they're left to pay nothing. Worse still, if Eskom charges for transmission, private investors still benefit as they recover these costs by raising tariffs and thus compounding the entrenched energy poverty. Viewed as a whole, the conditions create the necessary conditions for the privatization of Eskom through the back door. The budget includes substantial subsidies for private renewable investment, private renewables investment with a rebate of 125% with no cap, and this is for businesses, and then 25% for households, which is capped at 15,000 Rand. This is good news for rich households specifically, and for relatively few households, and also the bigger businesses that can afford to make this investment anyway. However, for the majority of poverty-stricken South Africans who battle through the high cost of living and widespread unemployment, the installation of rooftop solar through tax breaks is out of reach. So encouraging wealthier households off the grid essentially just jeopardizes Eskom's future revenue, and it reduces the ability to subsidize poor households. This will worsen existing energy inequality and poverty. If the free basic education allocation is to reach more people, then new budget allocations need to do more than merely offsetting new tariff increases, as we've seen in the budget. Funding should cover the expansion of the subsidy from the 50 kilowatts per hour per household per month to at least 350 kilowatts per month, so that the most basic needs are met. And while also allowing the municipalities to provide other basic services. In addition to this, funding for increasing solar generation should consider socio-economic objectives, for example, through installing solar systems in low-cost housing. Otherwise, these funds could have been spent on community or publicly owned renewable capacity. Additionally, the budget is also notable for some of its emissions. Support to reduce input costs, for example, diesel, coal, and energy bought from IPPs, is the biggest justification for Eskom's tariff increases, which further entrenches economic energy poverty. And these are not discussed in the budget. Chair, we also firmly believe that there's room to interrogate the capacity of the South African Reserve Bank or the Southern African Development Bank to hold Eskom's debt in toto. It provides a platform where you can remove it from the state's balance sheet and capitalize the state entity, treat it as an asset, and remove the destructive conditionalities that we've seen in the budget. We also submit that tax should deliver an equitable framework. In the context of widespread social needs, attempts to raise additional revenue haven't been made. At the same time, we see tax relief measures to the well-off. Adjustments to tax bands are good examples. 10% increases on the amount of money that you can withdraw in your retirement fund as a lump sum when you retire. All of these are examples. We're entering a period of structurally higher tax intake. And so revenue like the 93 billion Rand higher that we saw last year, that brings in additional revenue. Budget, while compared to the MTBPS, revenue estimates has been adjusted higher by an additional 10.3 billion Rand. And so this is driven by commodity price rises. They last longer than expected. So this is a view of the past. Projecting into the future, they will continue to last longer than expected. And this is unlikely to change given the sustained war in the Ukraine, given the reopening of China's economy. And so SARS appears to be recovering with, in addition, SARS appears to be recovering with increased capacity to ensure higher tax receipts. And for this reason, we expect strong revenues to be sustained from commodity price increases. In this context, therefore, of increased fiscal space due to the possibility of carefully targeted tax increases, we expect that the trend will continue and that violent budget cuts to the tune of the 162 billion that we've spoken about before are both unjustified and unconscionable. We encourage that the budget review, it's encouraging that the budget review states that work is underway to tackle base erosion and profit sharing, and the IJ is looking forward to commenting on the draft position and plans for the implementation of the global minimum effective tax rate for multinational corporations of 15%. And so lastly, our progressive tax proposals are that we immediately return to the corporate income tax rate of 28%, that we look into the immediate introduction of a wealth tax, that we raise funds for basic income through a social security tax, we remove tax breaks through pension and medical aid rebates for high income earners, we raise tax rates on the income from wealth, for example, through estate duties and dividends tax, and that we apply a deeper fuel tax rebate. Treasury has allocated a 4 billion rand allocation, and they classify this as no charge, but we see that 90 billion rand is still budgeted for collection and fuel taxes this fiscal year. We think that Treasury could have done better, and every indicator points to a sustained higher fuel price in the next year. And so in light of this, we think that a deeper rebate could have been applied, and it's particularly appropriate given that inflationary pressures would impact the poorest households the most. The imposition of a fuel tax is a disproportionately high means of return on allocation. We also lastly submit that interrogations to the implication of the introduction of the global minimum wealth tax be undertaken, and that we don't see a delay in its implementation. My apologies for fumbling, Chair, and condolences to you and to Comrade Dikeledi. Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. There was no fumbling. You were representing your constituency, and thanks for the condolence message. So as I've said, that please share with us the PowerPoint presentation you are going to make. Let's move to Budget Justice Coalition. Yeah, they are already here in the platform. Over to you, BJC.
Thank you very much, Chair. We would like to firstly introduce ourselves. My name is Motlati Komote, and I'm the chairperson of the Budget Justice Coalition. And with me today is my colleague, Daniel McLaren, who is a former chairperson of the Budget Justice Coalition as well, and is located at Section 27. We firstly wanted to start off by saying that the Budget Justice Coalition, sorry, let me just do a presentation outline first, Chair, and then I'll introduce us formally. So in terms of our presentation today, we will be doing an introduction of who the Budget Justice Coalition is. Then we will look into the fiscal framework with particular consideration on the continuation of austerity. And then we will discuss ESCOM debt relief, tax and spending proposals, budget reform in particular regarding GRP and pre-budget public hearings, and then we'll do a summary of our recommendations. So the Budget Justice Coalition consists of 21 civic organizations who are committed to holding the state accountable for the full realization of all constitutional rights. We first and foremost value and seek to practice not only ourselves as individual organizations, but organizations within the coalition feminist working methods and approaches to economics, budgets, and policy making. Our members in the coalition have seen the impact of budget decisions on the ground and aim to promote budget analysis that prioritizes the needs of the majority of people, who the state currently is failing to secure fundamental human rights for. I want to start off by also saying that the coalition is greatly disheartened by the tabling of what we deem to be another austerity fiscal framework. And just to say, Chair, that we agree with the Minister's sentiments that we should eradicate poverty, inequality, and unemployment as a matter of urgency. However, the tabling of an austerity fiscal framework is not a way to achieve this. A 7.6% cut in per capita non-interest expenditure per person in 2023-2024 will result in the erosion of public services, which will only serve to further alienate South Africans already in a precarious situation. And so, Chair, we also just want to reiterate that by taking any revenue out of our economy and channeling it into debt repayments, the primary budget surplus will slow down our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. And we wish to especially note that this can only serve to affect women and women-led households quite negatively, as they are the most affected by austerity. And it shifts the burden of care from the state to the households led by women, where the women do the vast majority of work currently. So I just wanted to note that as a starting point, And also note that in our summary of recommendations, we will be speaking about the ESCOM debt relief, the tax proposals, illicit financial flows, gender responsive budgeting, public procurement, health, education, to name a few. And so I would now like to hand over to my colleague, Daniel, who will speak to the fiscal framework. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Motlatsi. Good morning, chairpersons, committee members and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to present. As Motlatsi has said, in particular the slides that will follow now, our presentation really is seeking to demonstrate that the government is continuing to implement austerity policies, that these are worsening inequality in our country as a result, that doing so represents an attack on constitutional rights, and that finally that there are alternatives to this austerity-based fiscal consolidation. So I think the committee members will be well aware of the socio-economic rights which are contained in our constitution. And I just want to emphasize section 9, which stipulates that equality as envisaged by the constitution includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms. So what is austerity? We've had this debate a number of times in the committee, and we're forever trying to provide succinct explanations of how we define austerity, and also provide the evidence to demonstrate that that is what's being implemented and why it's a problem. And for the purposes of today's discussion, we want to just raise 5 aspects of austerity. The fact that there are cuts to state budgets, the fact that there are cuts to the public sector wage bill, as well as the number of civil servants, the fact that there have been tax increases to consumption taxes such as VAT and excise duties in recent years, which take up a larger share of lower household incomes, and also the privatization of public assets and public services. And the reason for using the word austerity rather than other kind of language is because this is primarily focused on achieving a reduced budget deficit and paying down public debt. So I just want to dwell on some of the numbers in the 2023 budget. And this is using the National Treasury data, but we've converted the figures to real or constant 2022 and 23 rands using the CPI inflation, because that gives you the clearest picture about whether budgets are actually increasing or decreasing. And just looking back, we can see clearly that in the year the COVID-19 pandemic reached South Africa, we had this problem of the hippo's mouth, in which revenue sunk by 11% as a result of the lockdowns and the pandemic's impact, while debt service costs and gross loan debt increased. So in 2020-21, we took on more debt and we had less revenue, and this was similar to almost all countries around the world, while we moderately increased our non-interest expenditure. However, from 2021-22, we went straight back to our fiscal consolidation strategy, and with more vigor than ever, even though we did have a very large rebound in revenue collections of almost 15%, thanks to the great work of SARS. Debt service costs, however, in 2021-22 continued to increase, although gross loan debt was already stabilizing, increasing at only 5.6% in real terms. So taking us to last year, 2022-23, we continue to have positive numbers on the revenue side, with a budget surplus of about 94 billion rand. We also have gross loan debt further moderating, increasing only 5.1% in real terms, whereas debt service costs do continue to increase at a fairly fast rate. However, on the non-interest expenditure, we already see now that we've had 2 years of severe cuts in non-interest expenditure, reducing the amount that's being spent per head of population on government services. So if we now look at the 2023 medium-term expenditure framework, we can see that on the revenue side, SARS is continuing to outperform expectations, even without tax increases, with an increase in revenue of 3.5%. And you can see that for the first time in a very long time, gross loan debt will actually be reduced in real terms, and debt service costs have moderated and will continue to do so into the medium term. So we have essentially achieved the goal of stabilizing debt service costs and gross loan debt. What does this mean for expenditure? Does this mean that we were able to see relaxation of the previously planned expenditure cuts on health, education, etc.? Unfortunately, the answer is no. In the current financial year, we're actually seeing the worst expenditure cuts that we've seen since GEAR in about 20 years. If you look at per capita in non-interest expenditure for the current financial year, that's reduced by a massive 2,000 Rand per head of population. And if you compare what we're expecting to spend next year compared to just 4 years ago, it's a huge reduction of about 3,500 Rand per head of population. So this is why we are referring to budget cuts and referring to austerity in the budget. If you look at the different sectors, this is using data from the IEJ, we can see that if you compare what's been allocated in the medium-term expenditure framework as compared to CPI inflation, what you would need to keep up with inflation in the different sectors, the significant cuts to almost every social sector. And if you look at the social relief of distress grant, the failure to increase that in line with inflation has in fact eroded the value of that grant by about 50 Rand down to 302 Rand in the current financial year. Regarding the wage bill, there's 3 more years of wage bill constraints penciled into the MTF, and we think this will continue. The issue of low morale will continue to struggle to fill vacancies in schools, hospitals, and in the police. We'll likely see more early retirements and basically an erosion of skills from the public sector, which erodes our capacity. And given that we have a 94 billion Rand revenue overrun, and this is a really fundamental point, we don't think it's necessary to stick to this target of the primary budget surplus. I think it's an arbitrary target, and it creates real problems for the delivery of public services sticking to this budget despite the revenue overruns that we're having. Why do we say that austerity is bad for inequality? Well, women carry already by far the largest share of childcare and domestic burdens, but will be forced to do more work as public health services in particular, as well as other social services are reduced, and that burden of care is shifted to the household. If you look at the SRD grant, both the decrease in the amount and the number of people receiving it, which has decreased by about 4 million people in the space of less than 1 year because of the stringent criteria that's being applied, this directly reduces the incomes of the lowest income households. And if you look at the cuts to education and healthcare, which about 80% of the population utilize every single day, when the value of those services is eroded, that automatically slows down potential for transformation through access to decent healthcare and quality education. So we're calling on Treasury to conduct participatory human rights impact assessments of these budget decisions. We believe that this may result in different approaches to funding the services, that decisions could be, steps could be taken to mitigate impacts on inequality as well as on poverty. And the emphasis here is that just striving for debt reduction and economic growth alone is not enough to solve poverty and inequality, and we have to consider the distributive impact of our budget decisions. Regarding Eskom, we are welcoming the 250 billion Rand support package. However, we do question whether there will be enough new infrastructure investment possible within the package. We think that the government employees pension fund should be looked at, given that it is producing a surplus of 45 billion Rand a year as a potential way of relieving Eskom of further debt. We're concerned about the inclusion of loan conditionalities that haven't been subject to public consultation. And we also want to emphasize our takeaway, one of our takeaways from Eskom's affidavit in its case with the UDM and others, showing that delays of months and months and years to Eskom requests to invest in capacity to fix plants, carry out maintenance, delays and refusals to those requests from the National Treasury, according to Eskom, have directly contributed to increased load shedding, just showing us that fixing load shedding really requires all of us or all government departments to rethink their approach. Finally, we want to emphasize in regard to Eskom that the increased emphasis on privatization and the role of the private sector does pose the risk of increased energy costs, and yet there's no commitments in the budget to increase access to free electricity. And we're also very concerned about the new Disaster Management Act regulations exempting new power and existing power infrastructure from environmental regulations. And we worry about the impact this will have on lives and on the environment. Finally, I just want to emphasize in terms of the conversation that was had between one of our colleagues in the Treasury lockup with the head of the Budget Office about why we consider this budget to prioritize middle or higher income households over lower income households. And I'll just give a couple of examples. While the 350 Lifeline grant isn't increased in line with inflation, inflation relief is provided to personal income taxpayers. Another example is that while there's no assistance to provide solar or other forms of backup power to lower income households to cope with load shedding, there's a 25% tax rebate given to individuals who are able to spend 15 or more thousand rand on their own solar backups. And while health and basic education funding are cut in real terms, the medical aid subsidy for private medical aid holders is increased in line with inflation. We do welcome some of the spending decisions, particularly around early childhood education, and we welcome social grants finally keeping up with inflation, which they hadn't done for the previous 2 years, with the exception of the 350 grant. But we urge MPs to pay attention to the food and transport inflation and energy inflation and call for higher increases to the grants as a result. And we also welcome the increase to the education infrastructure and school nutrition program grants to SARS, the police, and the MPA and the Financial Intelligence Centre in particular. I won't go through in detail some of our proposals that are contained in our submission. What I do just want to emphasize is that while we call for the increases in funding for these critical areas of service delivery, we also support the spending reviews the Treasury is conducting where they can realize performance and efficiency enhancements to these programs. The Treasury has a dual responsibility, both to ensure adequate funding and to ensure the funds allocated are well spent. We have a range of tax proposals looking at higher income earners and wealth and call for the reversal and the reduction of the corporate income tax rate. And I'll hand it to Moklatsi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Chair, I would like just to then start speaking about our proposals around budget reform, specifically those concerning gender responsive budgeting. So first and foremost, we do wish to reiterate that fiscal policy has the ability to advance socioeconomic rights, particularly for women and Black women in particular, who often bear the brunt of the economy in South Africa. As it currently stands, 74.8% of women-led households fall below the upper bound poverty line. And we wish to reiterate, strongly reiterate that women are the most affected by austerity and the burden of care work. So while the BJC welcomes proposed developments in the budget review relating to the establishment of a steering committee for gender responsive budgeting, which would include the DPME, DWYPD, and National Treasury, we wish to say that the current economic indicators relating to the gender pay gap and the participation of women in the economy must be reviewed. And we wish to state that the steering committee should include other departments from the beginning, as issues relating to women are intersectional and cross-cutting beyond the three departments. As it currently stands, the budget review mainly focuses on gender as part of efforts to curb gender-based violence, which is something that is quite important to us as the Budget Justice Coalition as well. However, we wish to therefore propose that there's a gendered budget narrative in the review, which incorporates and analyzes the gendered impact of health, social development, education, and other areas as well. And then we strongly encourage that any future engagements should include participation from civil society and members of the public in shaping elements of this particular review. Then just to add on that, robust and meaningful public participation, just to speak about pre-budget public hearings, robust and meaningful public participation in fiscal policy is quite imperative as the public input is meant to shape policies. Chair, I'm going to reiterate that again. Robust and meaningful public participation in fiscal policy is imperative as public input is meant to shape policies. The importance of public participation has been reiterated in various case law, and civil society organizations in particular have made repeated calls for more engagement in these processes. The FOA pilot phase undertaken in the last few years has been a positive outcome, which provided civil society and members of the public with opportunities to engage more directly on the budget. However, the pre-budget MTBPS engagement in particular created an opportunity to input into departmental budgets and policy priorities. The BJC and Imali Yetu wish to encourage and recommend that National Treasury continue with this process and implement more permanent public participation processes relating to the FOA. Discontinuing this process would be a clear regression. Gains made through these processes cannot be lost at a time when we face austerity and various economic challenges that require more public input and consideration. And then also, Chair, just to note that open budget data platforms, in this instance, Vuleka Mali, provide a platform for transparency and public participation in budgetary processes. The BJC strongly recommends that the Finance and Appropriations Committees encourage National Treasury to intensify the use of these critical platforms and process as part of efforts to create a more people-centered budgetary process. And then, Chair, we call for, in terms of our recommendations, firstly, we call for the abandonment of austerity budgeting, in particular in South Africa, and the development of a more people-centered budgetary process. Our recommendations as the BJC, which Daniel spoke to earlier on, include a CPI inflation link and population or service user growth based on increases to funding for core services. Furthermore, we wish to reiterate that the use of the GEPF accumulated reserves can be used to resolve Eskom's debt crisis. And then we strongly encourage the introduction of a progressive wealth tax and a reversal of tax relief to high-income earners in South Africa. And then we wish to also iterate that clearer information on the gender-responsive budgeting roadmap and platforms for additional input of proposals made by gender specialists in civil society are considered. And then we wish to strongly reiterate, which is quite important, before the elections as well, the timeous adoption of the public procurement bill as previously promised by National Treasury over the years, with due consideration to the Zondo Commission and other pre-existing recommendations on corruption. Chair, we wish to just note that this would be introduced according to National Treasury in March of this year. And we wish to just reiterate that it's quite important to ensure that this process has adequate public participation and that this process should be undertaken quite carefully, considering everything that we've seen relating to corruption in South Africa. And furthermore, we would like to strongly recommend the increase of the SRD grant to the food poverty line and extend the grant beyond the current deadline. And we wish to reiterate that a clear roadmap for a universal basic income grant, which Black Sash and other members of the BJC have previously reiterated in our Imali Yesizwe alternative human rights budget in 2020 should be undertaken. And with that, Chair, we wish to thank you for your time. And that's it for our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mutlatse and Dan, Budget Justice Coalition. Let's come to members engaging the...
Chair, sorry to break your word. A representative from the Widows' Voice is online, Chair.
Okay. Let's go back to them. Widows' Voice, are you there? Hello, Widow's Voice. What's happening, Alan? Have they got cut because of?
No, Chair, I see they are still online or now.
Yes, I'm still online. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you are welcome. It looked like earlier on we'll get hold of you, but Konamanje, you can make a presentation.
Yes. I-concern yethu ithi besicela ukuthi sike sibonane face to face ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sichaze i-problem yethu, because we've been trying to get hold of you but kungenzeki. Yikho lokhu kuze kwasenza safika apha eKapa ngoba siyazi ukuthi emakhayeni ethu ugesi uyahamba for almost 3 days or 2 days. So bese ngeke sikwazi ukuthi sibe this opportunity ukuthi sithole abantu aba-relevant abazokwazi ukuthi and bathi listen to our story. Ngoba asazi ngempela sinenhlungu esingazi ukuthi sizoyenza njani, and the only people who can address this issue siyazi ukuthi uhulumeni wethu esamkhetha because we trusted ukuthi uzakusiva mangabe sithi sinenhlungu engabanga afuna ukuyilalela. And lento siqale as early as 2015 sibe nawo ama-Zoom meeting kodwa kungabikho into fruitful. Just to give us 3 minutes, then it will be to us ngoba ithina into enkulu kabi ngoba so kubiza ngokuthi kuyi-victory if ever you were given only 3 minutes in front of you and we express indlela iziva ngayo singabahlolokazi eSouth Africa. Ikhona lokho mina engikufisayo, just 3 minutes for us ukuthi sibeke inhlungu yethu, then noma ngathiwa sigcine sibe the last people ukuthi sikhulume, kodwa sicela nje ukuthi sinibone ubuso nobuso, then ngobe kuphelile kuthina.
Okay. I see members requesting interpretation. Siyabonga, ma'am. I'm not cutting you off. Next week, we are supposed to present the report to a parliament. I understand your plea to see us physically, but Konamanje has card as tomorrow, Fridays, we have to get a response from e-Treasury, and then Tuesday, adopt a report. Wednesday, we're supposed to table a report a parliament. But before I proceed, who can interpret? I see Dr. George and is it Ocampo or who else who are requesting that we do the interpretation so that they benefit from the input.
Okay.
Who else? Who can interpret?
I can try.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Noxie. Yeah.
Yes, Chair. Yes,
Yeah.
Chair. Yes, I think the widows are really crying for audience with honorable members of the committee. It seems as if they started interaction with government, whether ministers or parliament, in as early as 2015, but their cries have fallen on deaf ears, and now they plead with the committee to give them time to present to the committee face to face. Just 3 minutes, they say. That's all I can say, Chair, in terms of interpretation. Sorry, but my view is that as much as Mama is really desperate for a face-to-face interaction, it would also help just to highlight the problems now that there's an opportunity for them to get in for 10 minutes, even not even 3 minutes, 10 minutes, just for the issues of widows to come into the basket, to be presented to National Treasury and to be reported in Parliament. And then thereafter, we can organize a sit down with them and hear them out. That's all I can say on the issue, Chair. Thank you very much.
Enkosi Noxie, and also for your suggestion that if they can use the platform Konamanje to present, we'll see at a later stage if we'll be able to organize a physical engagement. Mama, can you present at least so that we're able to capture a submission yako for next week's report to Parliament? Because unfortunately, my process at Parliament are tight. Even us as committee, it will be difficult to change with next week's present a Parliament. We have to. That's the unfortunate part. But it does not stop us at a later stage with even engagement. It doesn't mean you have to come to Cape Town. Parliament has got the responsibility to go to the people. If we'll have to meet somewhere, seeing organize a parliament, is organize a transport to come and meet you, because you elected us to be your representatives here in Parliament. So it doesn't mean you must always spend money and come to Cape Town. And Konamanje, our flights are very, very expensive for you to come as a group. So I think that's the arrangement that we can make after this meeting. But simply that if Konamanje, ungasebenzisa 10 minutes, these are the issues, and then with an understanding that sizoyenza opportunity to physical engagement. Back to you, Mama.
Chairperson?
Yes, Comrade Yunus.
Yeah, I had my hand up. Look, just very quickly, if I'm correct, they are mainly based in KZN, Msunduzi, if I'm correct, or whichever province they're in. We can arrange for the finance committee there or a multi-party delegation to meet with them by, let's say, Monday when we finalize the report. The other option, as you say, is that, between now and the, MTEF period, if it's KZN, the KZN committee can take responsibility for meeting with them. And if it's held on a Friday or a Monday, I can also be there if it's KZN. So firstly, as Comrade Noxie says, I think they should make the input here. It will not alter the consequences whether we meet them physically or we meet them through Zoom. We have, in fact, met them, as they rightly say. And as you recall, Chair, and even before your time, as Chair of this committee, we said we agree with them. It's just, balancing all the needs and interests, but we've never disagreed with them in principle, and the goals are correct, but it has to be measured against the practical realities. So what I'm saying in short, Comrade Chair, is that we can arrange with the KZN Finance Committee. If the committees mandate me now, I can do it after this very meeting. And Alan can give me the details, and they can see what they can do in KZN. Thank you.
Okay. I think we are agreeable to that suggestion, because if it is done from your side as the NCOP, it makes it much easier that you are able also to bring on board the colleagues from the legislature. I see Honorable Mletsana raising her hand. And Tate Mletsana.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think they are already here, like other presenters. Why can't we give them opportunity to present like others? They are here, they are online. Why do we have to postpone them? Let us allow them so that we can hear them, because we want to hear what they want to present to us. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, I didn't suggest that they shouldn't be heard. In fact, I said they should be heard, but in addition to that, we could try to get the KZN. And you're right, it's the NCOP's responsibility, Chairperson. So I'm happy to do it if it's my province. And Comrade Moletsane, no, they must go ahead now. But in addition to that, we'll try before Monday, the report's finalized, and that's not possible. I think it won't be. Then they'll do it before the MTBPS. Thank you.
Yes, Comrade Moletsane, when we deal with stakeholders here, we are not mechanical. We are dealing with people who are highly emotional on the matter that they are raising. And we are trying to accommodate them. So we can't just say, they're here, let them present. They are going to present. But we had to actually be alive to what they are raising with us. And Comrade Eunice is saying, let's use the House, the NCOP, together with the comrades or the colleagues in the province to go and meet Aboma Malapaya and deal with this matter. And as you said, it's not a new matter, but let's find a way of making sure we attend to them. We are in this parliament because of them. They've elected us despite whatever party they've elected. And if people raise issues, it is our responsibility as members of parliament to be patient with them and go to them. And NCOP is suggesting that they want to go to Aboma Malapaya, KwaZulu-Natal, and Comrade Eunice will also write to the colleagues in the legislature and then have a joint meeting with them. And I think we are agreeable to that. But if they agree, we'll also still allow them, Konamanje, to present their case with an understanding that we'll have to go and meet them in KwaZulu-Natal. Enkos Sheng.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, Chair, to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, of course.
I was trying to actually second your suggestion and also the proposal from the NCOP colleague. The lady has expressed herself that she prefers a physical meeting, expressing that on this platform. So if we are listening to what she has asked for, is that she is not compatible, for lack of a better way, to present here. That is why she is pleading for a physical meeting. I think then the suggestion that our NCOP colleagues can handle the matter on Monday is very progressive, as opposed to force them to speak here, yet it's themselves that have expressed that they want to see members physic. Thank you.
Thanks, Nkosi Shenge.
Because this is a very emotional matter, even if you listen to her. That is why they insist that they have a physical meeting, because, yeah, I can only end there. Thanks, Chair.
Nkosi Shenge. Honorable Ryder, then Honorable George. Honorable Ryder.
Yes, sorry, Chairperson. Good morning, everybody. Look, it looks from the video that I'm seeing of the ladies that they actually came to Parliament expecting an in-person engagement. You know, I hope we didn't disappoint them. I hope the communication was as of the normal high quality that we get from our secretariat. But yeah, I think I'd be quite keen to join a visit down to KwaZulu-Natal at some stage close between now and the MTBPS, and we can have a constructive engagement. I think the ladies have presented to us a few times before, and yeah, I would happily use some of my flights to go and spend an afternoon in KwaZulu-Natal and speak with the ladies. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Ryder, for also agreeing to that suggestion. Honorable Dr. George, and then Ramurolong.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, I think the question that my colleague asked, Honorable Ryder, I mean, we know the answer to that. We have disappointed people that have come to present to Parliament, you know, as is their right. And I think that's a tragedy, actually. But this talks to a much wider problem that we have. I mean, we know that our parliament burnt down, and we as a committee met for the first time yesterday in person for the first time in 3 years. Now, that is not how you engage with the population. That is not how a parliament is supposed to function. So I think this matter, and I understand that that the ladies who have come to a lot of trouble feel very emotional about the matter, because they have every right to feel that way. We are their parliament, and we must listen to the people. And we've disappointed that, and that is very sad and regrettable. And I regret that also. But Chair, we must find a way to meet in person with people, because that's what they want. I agree that if we need to make a plan and go to KwaZulu-Natal and do that and listen properly to the people, we must do that. But we are not making the facility available, and that is our constitutional duty to do that. And we're letting down the people, and that's not okay. It makes me feel very sad today to see how people feel about how they've been treated by our parliament. This is not the South Africa that we want. So I really think, appeal to you, Chair. We met yesterday. I know it's difficult. I know there aren't many venues, but we must do that, or else the people do not have the democracy that they actually fought so hard to get. So that's my view. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dr. George. Ram Rolong.
No, well, thank you very much, Chairperson. I also concur with all other previous speakers. I'm of a view that we need to accede to the request of the widows and meet with them as soon as possible. I also agree with a two-pronged approach. And I'm quite also persuaded by Honorable Buthelezi that if they are uncomfortable engaging us in this platform, then surely we are obliged to provide them a physical platform, which under normal circumstances, we should be able to provide, because there's nothing that bars us from engaging with them physically. In fact, they should be engaged physically and not through this platform. So my view is that whichever way, Chair, this meeting should take place as urgently as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mrolo. Honorable Abraham. No,
yes,
please.
sorry. Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Yes, Chair. I think we are making assumptions for them, and I think it was correct for the chairperson to hear from the widows what the situation is. Can they, maybe today, just bring up the highlights to be captured for now and presented in the House? And then we still make an arrangement. And I want to agree with Honorable George that rather than going to KZN, because that's another assumption that we're making, that the widows here represented are from KZN. And yet, I think a week or so ago, they were here in Cape Town. And I know that there are old ladies, retired ladies, that do come from KZN who have come to Parliament. But in terms of the widows, it is not just KZN. So I think let us rather open the net wider for them to be able to represent themselves properly here in Parliament. I agree with that. However, because we all appreciate the fact that the issues of time and arrangement to run for the next week's submission might be detrimental to their plea, especially if it is to the current budget. So I think let's hear from them if they are able to say something now in the 10 minutes that they have today, and then open an opportunity for them to still come and have an engagement with us. If they can't present now, that is still okay. And if they can, they must be given that opportunity. However, letting them access Parliament would be good, so that we know that it's not just about one area, but it's about the widows' representatives across the country. Thank you, Chair.
And course, Comrade Dikeledi.
Good morning, Chair, and everyone. Chairperson, I think I understand the emotions that Abogogo are going through, and it's true that we have had representatives as Abogogo coming to meet with us, but not as widows at that stage in previous in fifth parliament. So I'm agreeing with what Comrade Noxie is proposing. Let's hear from them, because I think it's good to hear what are the issues so that they can be captured, but to get deep into the discussions, we need to be thorough in preparations and not be regional, only attending to those who come from KZN. So I think what we are saying are proposals to them. Let's hear, are they comfortable with time, and are they representing the country, all the provinces, and all that. And I also wanted to say that the issue of the widows, it was also highlighted yesterday when we met with the minister. And I think it will be appreciated if we, in our meeting, we include the minister and treasury as a team to let's engage on these issues that affect them, and we give them that opportunity as well, and we hear the thinking or the take from treasury on their, with them on their behalf for those who will not be there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. There's a two-pronged approach. If they are comfortable now, they will be given an opportunity to raise the issues that they will want to raise. Be that as it may, we'll still make a follow-up and get the NCOP and the colleagues in the province to go and engage the widows' voice. If there are other formations in other parts of the country, we'll go there, because this is a participatory democracy. But for now, we have got the request from this group. If there are other groups, it is our responsibility to meet them, whether in Cape Town or in areas where they stay. Let me not go into issues of whether they are here in Cape Town, how they will come back. As a committee, there had to be other arrangements that we're doing with them. So let me not go into the issue of them paying for tickets, coming here and getting too deep into logistics. We'll deal with them in another platform. Let me go back to them. If they will want to make a 10 minutes presentation now, they are comfortable, fine. If not, we'll make sure that as soon as possible, they are met wherever they are, and then we get their input. Widow's Voice, are you still there? Mr. Cornell up on the platform. It seems like, I don't know whether they're still here.
They are still here, Chairperson. I think they are just having connectivity issues, but they are still on the platform.
Can you call them and check with them? Are they ready to make a presentation?
Will do so, Chair. Chair, I managed to get them. I'm going to put them on loudspeaker so that they say what they said. Ungaqhubekeka ke mama i-committee kulalela.
Now we've just said, going to consider and what is what is we have to wait and to want to teach you face to face and please we expecting you. Just a few minutes, just to meet you face to face, then we just do it at the summary, then we will be done. Then you continue. We can't listen to the last people of the day. We don't mind.
Chairperson, I can't hear what's going on. I think there's a problem. Thanks.
Kulula, can you summarize what?
Yes, Chair. Basically, what they are saying they are not going to present today. They are going to wait for the committee to visit them physically, even if it's for 10 minutes presentation. They are just going to wait for that time.
Okay. We are agreeable to that, and that's what Honorable Karim has suggested. And so please make arrangements for members of the NCOP and the colleagues in the province to meet the widow's voice. So talk to them now that we will make that arrangement, then so that we can move to the next item.
Okay, Chair. I'll talk to them now.
Thanks very much. You will thank them on our behalf because they seem to have a connectivity problem, and explain to them that a committee of parliament will meet them as soon as possible. You will talk to the chairperson, Comrade Karim, and the committee as to when are you going there. We are now on members engaging with the presentations that have been submitted by stakeholders so far. Do we have members who want to ask questions, make comments? Dr. George, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks very much for all the presentations received. Very interesting and insightful as usual. One of the key things I think listening to all and watching all the presentations is this issue of the cost of living, the price of cost of living. Everybody is talking about that. Every presentation had that similar theme running through it, that average South Africans are battling to put enough food on the table, etc. And this issue also came up often, is this issue of the fuel levy. That fuel levy that is about 90 billion rand in revenue. The minister himself said yesterday in the committee that, you know, if he got his own way, he would get rid of that levy. But of course, he said that, you know, him and Treasury don't always agree. Now, that's an important issue. And I do think, you know, looking at all the presentations and the people that are battling with transportation, the cost of food, that knocks on from that fuel price, is that we really do need to look into that carefully. So that is my one of my big takeaways for today, is that in the few further engagements that we have with the National Treasury, in particular, we need to look at this particular aspect. So thank you very much for those presentations, because it just highlights how important this matter is, because it's on the mind of all of the people that have made presentations to us. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dr. George. Honorable Ryder.
Yeah, good morning again, Chair, and morning. Thanks for all the presentations, and I do want to appreciate them because the fact is that public participation is an important cornerstone of Parliament and how Parliament operates, and we can see time has gone into putting these together. So, and yes, it gives our committee a room to think, and often I think it's disappointing for presenters who don't see immediate action on the basis of their presentations. But I do think it's important to note that, you know, budget cycles are long cycles, and if you don't see an immediate uptake of your inputs, you will see the influence creeping in over time, over the years. So please continue and know that your efforts are appreciated. A couple of points I wanted to make and just bring out. So certainly yeah, from Kusatu. I think re-entrenching this idea that certain politicians are overpaid, MECs and mayors, I think, were singled out in today's presentation, and I think that re-entrenches an idea that's out there. And I think that in reality we shouldn't be concerned so much with how much it's costing to pay a mayor or an MEC, because if you compare it with a municipal manager, most municipal managers earn substantially more, and certainly in the smaller municipalities, municipal managers are often earning double what mayors are earning. But the question is value for money. Are people out there getting value for their money? So if you have an excellent mayor who's doing a great job, well, you know what? As a CEO of a 1 billion to a 77 billion rand company, maybe they should be earning, because in the private sector, they would be earning 2.8 million and up for a 1 billion rand company. That's a small, a grade 4 municipality. So I do think we need to be focusing more on value for money and expecting more delivery from our public representatives. Yeah, I think more is going to come on it later, and I'll pick on SAICA's presentation when they get to make theirs. But yeah, so I think accountability is the key to rather than looking at raw numbers, because we need catalytic mayors, we need catalytic ideas that are going to grow the economy, because that is the reality that we're talking with. And what many people have spoken about, and I mean, Amandla Mobi talking about taxing the rich. What about rather increasing our tax base and having more people gainfully employed, so that more taxes are being paid? I think that would be a much better idea, reducing the number of people that are on grants, increasing the tax base. Taxing the rich is not the only option that you have. So if we had catalytic growth projects happening, if we had municipalities, provinces, and national government driving projects that really bring gainful employment, then we're going to see a much better quality of life for everybody, and improvements in exactly what Dr. George was saying just now, is the fact that people are going to end up having more affordability to match up with the growing cost of living. And I mean, one only has to have a look at the unemployment figures released yesterday. 189,000 jobs created in the last quarter of last year. 189,000 jobs, but 187,000 of those were in the Western Cape. So it shows what can be done when you've got a province that is focused on creating growth within their economy and so on. So yeah, I also think that Amandla Mobi, rather than looking at increasing taxes, what about spending the money that taxpayers are contributing in a much better way? Now, one has to only look at the wasteful and fruitless expenditure that's reported, and have a look. Taxpayers are wasting. Taxpayers' money is being wasted by government, and if only we could spend that a little bit better, get rid of some of the wasteful projects, then we could be sitting in a much better position. So I had a question answered. Our Parliament received the answer this morning that the e-toll buildings that were scattered around Gauteng cost 171 million rand to erect. That's a cost of more than 17 million rand each. That was a waste of money. It's a bad project that should have been spent on doing other things, delivering services in a much better way. Budget Justice Coalition spoke about a CPI link for services. Well, guess what? It's going to take us backwards, because the cost of delivering services is not linked to CPI. It's in fact more than CPI, because the cost of delivering services has been increasing a lot more than CPI. Look at the bulk services, Eskom, the water provision. Both have been increasing way above inflation levels for the past couple of years. And if you look at the cost of fuel over the last 10 years, it's almost doubled. So from 11 Rand up to where we are now, 20, 21 something. in the fuel price. And if you consider how much money is that it takes to run a municipality's fleet, and the fleet is used for garbage removal, for a lot of service delivery issues, you need to be spending money on fuel, and that cost has gone up way above CPI. So I think if we're only asking for a CPI-linked increase, we've actually got a problem, because then service delivery is going to go backwards, certainly at a local government level, but across the board. So yeah, I think that we need to have a look at reviewing wasteful projects within national government departments, with provincial departments, and of course within municipalities as well. Get rid of the wasteful stuff. This incrementalism, where we just take a look at the budget each year and add on 5 or 6% to each project, you know, and then we walk away and we dust our hands off and consider it a job well done. It can't work. We need to go back and review some of those wasteful projects and get rid of them. The alarming thing I wanted to just question was Budget Justice Coalition's comment about the improvements in public participation, and then a kind of an alarming comment that this must not be done away with. And I just want to check, have you had a signal? You know, I thought we were doing much better with our public participation, and that was partly acknowledged. But then you said we mustn't regress, and I haven't seen any signals that this is regressing. Perhaps you can tell us what caused that fairly alarming comment at the end. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Wright, do you have a connectivity problem?
No, sir, I'm finished. I said thank you, I'm done.
Oh, I didn't hear the conclusion. Okay. Over to Honorable Abraham, then Akbar Okam.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. And I just want to appreciate the presentations as made. I think, Chair, we need to just agree that issues around ESCOM are just another COVID-19, because whether it's cable theft, whether it's decayed infrastructure, whether it's admin and corruption problems, you have ordinary people on the ground feeling the brunt of the woes that are taking place in ESCOM. And I think the government of the African National Congress have no option but to come in and assist there. Chair, I would like to get to hear what COSATU has to say on SOEs generally. Whether there's been a concept that's been used yesterday, and I know there was a very heated discussion around that as to what the future holds and what should the future hold for SOEs, taking into cognizance that at the end of the day, they are responsible for the services that people need on the ground. And maybe the question should be, is there a possibility that these services can be insourced? If not, how best can the SOEs be run, especially ESCOM? My second input, Chair, is around the issue of the widows. And I just wanted to reiterate the fact that the widows are not gogos. The widow, one of the widows who was crying, Honorable Dipuo Peters, had to meet some of them in the last week or so, has been struggling to pay her tertiary institution fees because she is still in her 20s. So that's how deep the issue is. And I just wanted to caution the committee that as we deal with the issue of widows, we must not leave the National Treasury behind, especially the sections that deal with tax issues, as well as the tax office, the tax commissioners. They must also accompany members, because we do not want to go and listen to the problems of the people, but at the end of the day, we do not have answers for them. Let the office of the commissioner be part of those public hearings that we shall be going to, so that even if we come back to report to Parliament, people on the ground get their responses immediately when they have voiced them. Some may take time to process, but at least some need a better understanding of what is happening with their tax issues. That is why I didn't want us to take this issue out of the committee, but rather let's organize that, as the chair has summarized, when we go to KZN, for example, we also prepare to go to other provinces as well with the same team. I just want to throw a word of thanks to the Healthy Living Alliance, because we need life in order for us to be here. And I think we just need to encourage them just to hang in there, because some of the issues, for example, are as a result of a budget that was tight and the economy that is also rocky. I think also it is a bit unfair to label the minister as anti-poor. I don't know, but I thought that, the increments that are in areas of grants where the majority of the people who are having it hard are, really for me says, in spite of the low budget, in spite of the economic growth that is so slow, the Minister of Finance was in a position to ensure that even though
Noxie, are you still there?
Oh, sorry, Chair. I'm here. I'm muted by mistake. I don't know where I ended. However, let me just finish off by saying that I thought it would really be unfair to say that, especially in the way that Amandla Mobi dramatized it, as if the minister is saying, oh, so the rich are smiling all the way to the bank, so let the poor suffer. I mean, I think for me, it really came alive. And I thought that in spite of everything that is happening, it would be unfair to label the ministry as having made sure that the poor are downtrodden and the rich are favored. I do not want to talk about the issue of members. I think the earnings of honorable members are somehow exaggerated in a situation where you would even count the positions amongst members that would earn 1 million, and none of the members have a 13th check. So I don't want to go into detail into that and sound defensive, but I thought that we members are have some integrity and try their best to represent the poor and the downtrodden as much as they can. So it would really be unfair to think that the members of parliament in this committee are not on the side of the poor, because that would be a misrepresentation of facts. Thank you very much, Chair.
Siyabule enkosi agbare vele Okamp.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you to all the presenters. Yeah, just to get on with what Mr. Ryder said, I think it is very important that we get to Parliament and have the people see us and us see them and communicate with them. Chairperson, let me start. Firstly, there's been a lot that was said about state-owned enterprises. Now, if you look at this budget and the amount of money that again goes towards bailouts of state-owned enterprises, it's apart from the amount that was of Eskom's debt that's going to be taken over, more than 200 billion rands. There's also 8.4 billion rands that goes towards bailing out failing state-owned enterprises. 1 billion rand for South African Airways, again money for them. 2.4 billion rand for the post office, again money for them. And again, 5 billion rands for the failing land bank. Now, all these amounts are amounts that could have gone to the poor if those state-owned enterprises were managed properly. So in actual fact, the hard core of what is happening is that the failing state-owned enterprises, the mismanagement of those enterprises has got a huge burden on our economy, and it's got a huge burden on the effect or the impact that we can do with regards to alleviating the cost of living or the living circumstances of the poor in our country. Now, we must say to each other and ask each other, what must happen with these state-owned enterprises? We cannot carry on with the same program and the same management teams in those state-owned enterprises and expect that they will be turned around. We are sick and tired of hearing about turnaround strategies and putting in money again and again into these failing state-owned enterprises, but see absolutely no results. If we're not going to look at a different way in handling these state-owned enterprises, we will sit with the same problem and it will just increase and increase, and the people on the ground will receive less and less each year due to these state-owned enterprises failing. The Democratic Alliance has on numerous occasions in the past said that we must privatize state-owned enterprises. Now, I don't want to go into the whole argument of privatization versus state control. Now, it's not necessary to go into that. I just think that everybody should think about that, because we are carrying on doing the same thing and we are expecting different results, which is absolute lunacy. With regards to the Eskom debt, I would like to find out from COSATU what they think the real effect of that would be. A government taking over Eskom debt, will that really help Eskom? Or will it just be a matter of the government or state just in future helping them further and further? Isn't it high time that real change needs to take place in Eskom, that the divisions as was proposed by President Ramaphosa a few years ago now really gets implemented, and that it is time to re-look at the whole management of Eskom? Otherwise, we as South Africans would be in dire problems. Honorable Chairperson, with regards to cost of living, Dr. George touched and he mentioned the fuel levy. I think we must realize that every single organization that represented their constituency this morning here are in a huge way affected by the fuel levy. Everything that we purchase, every time that we go to work, we get in a taxi or our food is transported in trucks, and the fuel price has got a huge effect on that. Now, the fuel levy is 30% basically of the fuel that we pay, and that can be scrapped. There's no need for a fuel levy that entails your road accident fund premium. where there are a lot of people that are in any way paying for third-party insurance. That can surely be scrapped. There's enough money in the additional revenue that we are collecting to assist us in scrapping the fuel levy and subsidize it with that. Now, I know people will say, yeah, but this is a once-off. It's a once-off. But we can surely, in these desperate times, look at using those once-off to subsidize the fuel price for our people that are really suffering. When we come to the cost of living with regards to food prices, from the Democratic Alliance's side, we have on numerous occasions asked that there must be zero VAT on certain items. Now, everybody that spoke here this morning spoke about the cost of living, spoke about food prices. Now, what the DA has asked is that VAT must be scrapped on items like bone-in chicken, beef, tinned beans, wheat flour, margarine, peanut butter, baby food, tea, coffee, soup powder. Those are all basic food items that especially the poorest of the poor must live on a day-by-day basis. If we scrap VAT on those items, each and every time that somebody, and especially the poor, go and buy it, they will pay 15% less on those food items. Now, again, people are always saying, but where must the money come from? To give you an idea, Chairperson, the scrapping of bone-in chicken will cost about 3 billion rands. Now, experts have already shown that that 3 billion rands will be covered by paying less for medical expenses and by having a more healthy society. That will have spin-offs that will save the government money on a lot of places. The bottom line is that if this government is going to carry on mismanaging stuff, mismanaging municipalities, as we saw, and Kusato said that 90% of municipalities are in a crisis. If municipalities are managed better, if provinces and national government do their job and stop cadre deployment, do proper management of their departments, there will be more money. And when there is more money available, there will be more money that can go towards the poor. To Amandla Mobi, I just want to say, you said that each political party comes and promises you jobs. I can just say, and the Honorable Rider also touched on that, that in the last quarter of 2022, there was 169,000 jobs that was created in South Africa. Out of those 169,000 jobs, 167,000 was created in the Democratic Alliance run Western Cape Province. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I appreciate the time.
Thanks, Akbar Okam. Chairperson, Comrade Karim.
Thanks, Chairperson. Just very quickly, I think everybody knows this, but just to remind them that when we do the report, we appreciate a summary, up to a page of the key points that each of the people present here making submissions make, so that it's initially the staff that does the draft and then us chairs that process it before it comes to the committee as a whole. So it'll help if all the presenters here, all the presentations made actually are summarized by the people representing the structures, or I think they're here as individuals, or I don't know, in some cases who they're representing, but whoever it is, if they can please let us have it by the latest Friday noon to the secretaries. Secondly, just remind the members, at least the public, I think all of them know this, but that yes, 10 minutes is not enough, we agree, but obviously we go through the whole report presentation before we do the report, so we cover everything that you present to us. Thirdly, on the widows matter, while the meeting was going on, and we've suggested that they want a meeting in Cape Town. We can give it to them tomorrow. He's facilitating, people being notified on the NCOP side, but maybe Alan can also notify the NA members, and they want to come. The meeting is tentatively set for 2 o'clock, depending on when they fly back or go back by whatever means. On the matter of the post office, Chairperson, I looked up the number of workers, and I don't know if it's accurate, Matthews. And I think, Chair, you're right. He's an honorable member of this committee. He may be coming to more committee meetings than some of the members. But anyway, the thing is, it says there, Chairperson, that there are 18,000, workers in the post office. I can't tell exactly which year it's referring to, Matthew. So, if it's 4,000 that are being dismissed, that's almost like, what is it? Just slightly under, well, about 20% maybe. And that's a very high number. So, Matthew, can you give us a sense what percentage of the workers are going to be dismissed by it? The other thing to mention, Chairperson, we don't have any in this debate here. It was taken up yesterday in the whole day sitting. The post office is obviously floundering and fumbling and collapsing in many ways, it's true. But at the same time, it's a service, I think it might have been raised yesterday, that is fundamental to people, particularly in the rural areas. And it's meant to process SASSA grants and so on. It has a key role. So, we've got to take into account all sorts of factors in making decisions about, the post office, not just financial viability, but its social and developmental responsibility. So what is happening in the post office? Yes, we all understand it's a digitalized world, it's a fourth industrial revolution and all of that. But you know what? You can't ignore the fundamental role we have as a state to deliver to the poor and the needy. Now, we've said this before, Chairperson. Who amongst us, especially in the majority party, is not going to agree with 90% of what the people have said so far? The IEJ and Budget Justice Coalition and HELA and so on. I mean, we may quibble about this or that, but the broad thrust of what they say fit into the role of the majority party. We are, a developmental, whatever we're doing in practice, conceptually, perspectives, in terms of values, principles, policies, we're committed to a developmental state as the ANC. And if we represent all classes and strata of the population as a broad national movement, we primarily represent the working class, the poor, and the disadvantaged generally. So we're not going to disagree with them. But as we've said before, we get some of it, but not enough of it, of a sense of trade-offs. Comrade Chair, people come with their specific issues related to a specific terrain, a specific set of goals, and they stick to that, and they're not offering us other options of how we can deal with their issues, because if we were to meet, let's say 3 or 4 or 5 out of 10 of what they're asking, somebody else has to pay the cost. And it's not always the super rich or the materially advantaged. It can be other strata of the poor and disadvantaged also. It's the next NGO that comes, and has other sets of issues that if we were to meet together with the first set of issues raised by the earlier NGO, there will be no possibility of it. So there isn't like an assistance with what one calls crudely a trade-off. And some of the people I keep saying, Comrade Chair, they have more technical skills than we do. They have backgrounds in economics and finance and so on. Some of them are academics, right? And they can help the committee. We have got staff who are good, but these are like full-time academics based looking at these issues on economy and finance. And we once again appeal. On HELA, I really think if you go back to the last term, Comrade Chair, we have been very supportive of HELA. The issue has been with Treasury, but the committees have come out in significant support of HELA. And Comrade Eunice and others and her predecessors, we didn't know her then that I remember. Well, at least she wasn't the main spokesperson. But I mean, I'm sure Eunice is familiar, really, that we have been very substantially supportive. But we also have to take into account, of course, COSATU's needs and interests and others who are workers in the sugarcane and broader sugar industry. We have to take account of emerging and established farmers. And as a ruling party, while our primary focus is on working class poor and disadvantaged, we also have to carry other classes and strata with us, ultimately in the interest of the very poor and working class that we represent primarily. So on HELA, I think that's what Noxie was saying. And really, I think she's right. You know, what I think, Comrade Chair, we might want to think of couching is some observation that, look, we understand the economy is in a very, very perilous state. There's a, you know, the figures given by the Comrade Chair from HELA may well be correct, but you also see other figures. And she, you know, to claim that the entire decision is dictated by the profit-seeking sugar industry is not fair, really. We're trying to manage a whole set of criteria. COSATU can hardly be lumped with the profit-seeking sugar industry, right? But we know what's happening at Hewlett's for all the wrong reasons. There are huge impacts on the KZN economy. I don't say it because I come from there. I mean, I was accused as a chair at that time for all sorts of things, that I was letting the province down and so on, but let's not go there. The fact of the matter is that we do have these problems. And for now, I'm not sure, I don't have a decisive view. I want to look at things more carefully, but it does seem like, you know, Treasury is trying to find some trade-offs. I'm not a friend of Treasury. We're meant to hold them to oversight, but they seem to be trying to manage all of these things. And what we could maybe think about, Chairperson, is to craft some appropriate thing that hopefully the majority will agree that while we understand, you know, we support their concerns, etc., we also recognize the needs and interests of all these other stakeholders, and that for now we understand why this has happened, but we think that within the next period, you know, Treasury should increase the HPL and take into account that for this financial year, it's done what it's done, or not done what we think it should. So we can find some way of dealing with that. So in other words, it's a temporary contingent decision not to increase the HPL. Then on, you know, I think it was BJ saying that what we've done is an attack on the Constitution. Chairperson, we all know about the socio-economic rights. Many of us who were here from 1994 played a role in shaping that, okay? And you know what? It's not, if it's an attack on the Constitution, then the budget is unconstitutional. And I think people have a right to go to the Constitutional Court via the lower courts and take that up. But it is true that the budget is stiff and difficult, and it's questionable to what extent it represents the needs proportionately of the poor and disadvantaged. We can debate that. But to say it's an attack on the Constitution, that's very sweeping. And if it is that, then if they've got the funds, they should take this up in court. But clearly, the Constitution, as I understand it, okay, not clearly, but you know, we've got others here who are experts, it says within realizable means, it suggests over time, you can't deliver free housing, for example, overnight and so on. So I don't buy this, Chairperson. But thank you very much for giving me the attention and time. I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson, Comrade Yunus. Let's proceed. I'm not sure whether we expect the stakeholders to respond to all the questions. If we do so, I'm not sure if we'll make it in terms of time. Now it's 28 minutes past 11, and by 12:30 we should be done. Comrade Yunus, do we expect the stakeholders to respond to questions asked by members before I proceed?
Sorry, my view is we can't not have them respond. It's managing time strictly 2 minutes each or something, but obviously the majority must decide. We've never before, that I can recall, not allowed them to respond. But you see, there is another thing, which is we have Friday sitting, right? And when it's virtual, it's possible. What happens on Friday, you'll recall, Comrade Chair, is National Treasury replies to them. They're obviously here at this meeting. Then the stakeholders come in. So what we could do is ask the stakeholders if they can do written replies, if they can't make it on Friday, but also on Friday, they can respond not just to National Treasury, but ourselves, and we'll give them more time then, up to 3-4 minutes more than we otherwise do. That's one proposal I've got, but you know what? I don't know, Comrade Chair. Let's see what others say.
Okay. Okay. Let's give them 1.5 minutes each to respond, but of course, on Friday they will have a second bite. Comrade Matthew, let me go in terms of how you presented. 1.5 minutes, and you'll still come back on Friday.
Okay, no, thanks, Comrade Chair and honorable members. Yes, no, we'll do that. Also put in our responses in writing too. I think just quickly grabbing some of the issues on the cost of living. We think, it is positive that we've given, I think, about 4 billion rand fuel price relief. We should be looking at giving more support because Honorable Okamp is right, about 28% of the fuel price goes towards taxes, especially the fuel levy. And we think if we brought the RAF and the RABS bills to Parliament, we overhaul the RAF, that can help to ease that pressure. And of course, Chair, we think also that the Eskom debt relief package can also help, we hope, to avoid Eskom being forever dependent upon these double-digit tariff hikes, which really fuel the cost of living increase. But I think having said that, Chair, we'd also think it would be correct for Parliament also to raise its voice to say the SOD grants need to be at least adjusted for inflation, because that is a huge cost of living protection for the poor. Chair, I think, on the issue of political office bearers, I think, if we want to defend what, members of the cabinet, members of provincial executive councils, premiers, etc. make, then I think we should have the same approach to what nurses and police officers make, what teachers make. Because to be honest, they would make maybe 5% of what a minister makes. They're struggling, they're dying, they're drowning in debt. Yet time and again, we have tabled at Parliament budgets which say no increase or below inflation increase. The budget doesn't provide a SOD grant increase, so it's a 0% increase, yet the budget is budgeted for a 4.5% increase to what members of Parliament and the legislatures, including ministers, make. At the same time, Chair, we also want to say we need to do something about what management makes in the state. So the management of the Road Traffic Management Corporation, that executive team, make more than what the president earns. So there needs to be something which says, let's shift the resources we do have, which are limited to those who can least afford it. Chair, I think just quickly on the SOEs, I know you've given us 90 seconds, so I'm probably running out quickly. The SOEs, I think Honorable Okamp and Abraham are right, we need to reposition them. They can play a role, they once did play a significant developmental role. There has been the issue of corruption, which is being tackled, but we need to give support to help them to repivot so they can play their role once again. And there has to be, you cannot have forever a bailout situation. They have to stand on their own 2 feet. Just in terms of the post office, Honorable Chair, Honorable Karim is correct. So there's about 16,000 employees in the post office, 2,000 have retired or took packages. They're planning to retrench 4,000. And then for the remaining, 9,000 or so, they want to cut their salary by 40%. And again, you have the management earning salaries which could compete with the president. So we think there is a need for an engagement about what is a turnaround plan for the post office, because it can play a critical role, especially in our rural areas, in our townships, and needs to enter additional sectors. But we need a solution besides simply retrenching and pickpocketing workers. I think just lastly, Chair, there is a multiplicity crisis, as Honorable Karim was alluding to. We don't have the luxury of choosing which one to address. So we have to address the debt issue, but equally, we have to address the Eskom issue, the transit and metro rail issue, the SOEs, the local government. If you can address those are going to grow the economy. But I think in the meantime, Chair, we do need to give more support to those who are unemployed through the Presidential Employment Program, those who have no source of income like the SOD grant. But Chair, I know honorable members would always ask, where do you get the money from? Well, we think one quick way.
Comrade Matthew,
right.
Can you spare us time so that those who are going to present after you should not complain that the first group was given ample time? You will still come back on Friday, remember, Comrade Matthew.
Sure.
So we're trying to accommodate the questions that members ask, and I see 12:30 is not far from us. Okay, thanks, Comrade Matthew. Hila, 1.5 minutes. Eunice.
Thank you, Chair. I will ask my colleague at Nzama Mbalati to respond.
Eunice, who is responding on behalf of Hila?
Nzama Mbalati, Chair.
Zama, are you there? Can't you respond, Eunice? We don't have much time. You
Okay,
can
thank
see
you,
that
Chair.
now the time is clocking, and we still have other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay,
to present.
no problem. Thank you for your comments, Chair and honorable members. As Hila, we are mindful of and we are very sensitive to the livelihoods of people and people also related to the sugar industry. But what we are very adamant about as Hila is for the sugar industry to use the HPL as a scapegoat is not fair, as the sugar industry has failed itself by its mismanagement and some of the key issues which I alluded to in my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Eunice. Amanda Mobi, 1.5 minutes. Go.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of our response will be submitted through writing, but I just wanted to say that all of our demands and all the representation that we do for our constituency is based on real life and real people and real problems. So often we come to this committee and we get responses such as, taxes are not the answer, money should be used towards more interventions that could expand the tax base and things like that. And I think what I want to say to that is the reality is that right now, that is not happening. One of the honorable members spoke about jobs that were created and all that, and we are not ignorant to that. We acknowledge everything that happens, but the fact is things are still bad. The cost of living is still bad. And many times we are asked to come with ways in which people can be helped, to put food on the table. And what we focus on is the most immediate ways to get cash into households. And if it means that taxing rich people to get more money is the way, then it should be the way. Does that mean other ways should not be realized or anything like that? No, it does not mean that. It just means that whatever works, whatever that could work in the immediate presence, then it should happen. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Institute for Economic Justice.
Thank you, Chair. We are definitely in support of scrapping the fuel tax levy as Honourable Okamp had suggested. The second point is with regards to Comrade or Honourable Member Notolo's comments around anti-poor and being disingenuous about the inputs around grant allocations. I think when we disaggregate the grant allocations, what we see is that there are definitely increases in line with inflation for some of the grants, but we're concerned that one SRD is extended for 1 year only. There's no inflationary increase, so it is eroded over the last 3 years. But in addition to that, foster care provision drops by roughly 18,000 recipients each year for the medium term. So this will affect 55,000 recipients, so that in a year's time, 8.5 million of South Africa's poorest people will be excluded from grants, and that will be added to by foster care grant recipients who get off-boarded. So that is a significant concern for us. And so it's really important that the grant data gets disaggregated. And then finally, Chair, in response to Honourable Kareem's comments, which linked to Honourable Ryder's earlier statement, we believe that there is the room and it is now the time for an urgent fundamental reshaping of the macroeconomic framework to facilitate a truly developmental state that has sustainable new tax revenue streams and materially allows us to change our capacity to realize the rights of people to be progressively attained. For too long, we've stayed in a space where trade-offs is the dominant narrative. And I think there is no time that is better than now to change the shape of our thinking and to recognize our opportunity to access additional VAT revenue streams in the form of a luxury VAT, financial transactions tax, and even a resource rent tax. So wealth tax isn't the only opportunity, but I think we do need to be thinking fundamentally differently, and we will make a submission on Friday. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sharon. Budget Justice Coalition.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll try and keep it brief, but just also noting that my colleague Daniel will speak to the trade-offs and constitutionality. Just to answer Honorable Dennis Ryder's question, the first thing is just noting that South Africa's, in terms of the open budget survey, South Africa had a dropped from 24 out of 100 score in 2019 to 19 out of 100 in 2021 in terms of this. And I just wanted to note that in 2021, we received approximately 31 submissions in this particular process, and that there were challenges with 2021, which were not addressed in 2022. And in fact, in the 2022 process, in 2021 process, there was no actual hearing, and there was only a process of written submissions, which National Treasury did not respond to. And so in 2023, there hasn't been any concrete commitments from National Treasury to have this pre-budget hearings. And so we are calling for National Treasury to actually make this commitment and set up a meeting with civil society organizations and the reference group to start putting plans in place for the hearings, which should be taking place between May and July. I'll just quickly hand over to my colleague, Daniel. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Motlatsi, and thanks for the opportunity to briefly respond. Just quickly on the CPI increases to budgets, I would agree with Honourable George that budgets should take, when they're being formulated, they should take account of the CPI being experienced by a particular service or sector. So that's very much what BJC is indeed advocating for. And just on the question of trade-offs, most definitely, Chair, in our discussions as Budget Justice Coalition, we're very much aware that there's not unlimited funding and trade-offs have to be made. That's part and parcel of the budget process. However, what we're saying is that the fiscal policy that's being pursued is forcing us into too many trade-offs, and those trade-offs are too great. And so we are trying to put alternatives forward, and just to quickly list four of those, greater performance and less leakage with the funds that are allocated, increased taxation of wealth and high incomes, because we are the most unequal country in the world. So if we want a developmental state, we have to redistribute. The use of the government's full balance sheet and dealing with debt. And also, having a conversation about reform of public service delivery models, which very often get caught up with private providers and consultants to deliver services or to do the government's thinking, including in the National Treasury with the Vulindlela project, and rather to re-insource this knowledge and capability so that services can be delivered at lower cost and also more efficiently. On the question of the constitutionality of the budget, just want to again make four quick points. We are questioning whether, because these cuts are so ongoing, seemingly with no end in sight, that is in line with what the Constitution envisages in terms of the obligation of progressive realization. And so we're questioning that for four reasons. First is that we are seeing the impacts of cuts on the ground, whether it's people not accessing food because the SRD grant is cut, or increasing class sizes in schools or longer waiting times in public hospitals. We are seeing real impacts of funding cuts. Secondly, because, as I said, the cuts are so prolonged, there doesn't seem to be enough being done in our view to really mitigate the impact of cuts on low-income households. Thirdly, there have been criteria developed to establish whether budget cuts are constitutional, and we are exploring potential legal avenues in this regard. And then finally, our recommendation to the National Treasury in the budget process, so on top of the pre-budget hearings that Motlatsi spoke about, is to conduct assessments when doing budget cuts, human rights impact assessments, which can bring to light information about both the impact of a budget cut and therefore how it can be mitigated, but also what the alternatives to a funding cut might be. Thank you very much.
Thanks, colleagues. Let's move to the next round of submissions. Fiscal TIF. over to you, 10 minutes.
Members, attendees, staff assisting, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I've arranged with Alan, who very kindly agreed that he will run the slideshow. Chair, I must just start that I find this very disconcerting. I was scheduled to speak more than an hour ago, and I really call on people in these sessions who present early to have respect for people who present after them and stick to their allocated time. What we've seen here today is really very unfair to the presenters that must still present today, because we are now squeezed in terms of time, and I feel very unhappy about that. So I have to put that on record. I feel it is unfair to us still presenting to be exposed to very long presentations earlier this morning. Alan, can we have the presentation, please? Alan, I can't see the presentation.
I have flight rates from my side. Can you see it?
We can see it, yes.
I can't see the presentation. Okay. I have a copy with me if we can work on that. Go to slide 1, please, Alan. The important point here, and this is our theme, South African taxpayers are not in captivity in South Africa. They can leave the country. So to say there are groups of people who must be taxed higher, just remember they can leave. Slide 3, please, Alan. I assume we are on slide 3. Yeah, I can see it now. I must say this is a very, very progressive budget with a primary surplus that we really welcome, this progressivity, this progressive approach to have a primary surplus in the budget. We really have to welcome. We like it that at last we have a progressive budget to get to a primary surplus, but this is not an austerity budget. The minimum condition for an austerity budget is a balanced budget. We have a huge deficit before borrowing here. It's definitely not an austerity budget. Then slide 5, please, Alan. I've made the point in slide 5 before. Taxpayers are not in captivity. If you overtax them, they will simply leave South Africa. I must make that point. There's a limit to the extent to which people can be taxed. Slide 9, please, Alan. We've spoken on this matter before, but with no progress. We have a discussion in the intermediate slides on the customs union agreement. I have the discussion. I'm not going to take you through that. The customs union agreement comprises 3 components: customs component, an excise component, and then the next slide, please. Slide 10, Alan. A development component. If we can then go to slide 12, please. What we are asking as a fiscal cliff study group is to give us these 3 components separately in future budgets, not one amount of about 80 billion rands like in this budget, and we don't know how it comes up and where it comes from. We want to see these 3 components separately to highlight South Africa's generosity as a donor country. And we want to see the calculations. How on earth is this amount of 80 billion rands that's paid to the SACU partners, how is that amount comprised? We don't understand that. Then the next slide, please, Alan, if we can go to slide 15. Again, I have a discussion up to slide 15 on the scenery sharing agreement that we have with the CMA countries, Eswatini, Lesotho, Namibia. We pay them 1.4 billion rands in terms of a scenery sharing agreement. That's really not in the estimates of national expenditure 2023 on page 110. If you want this to look this up. why this growth, and then we want to know exactly how this amount is calculated. How is the percentage calculated? Give us the formula, please. Ellen, can we then go to slide 18, please? Oh, please, we just have to say, on SACU and CMA, lift the veil of secrecy. Remove the secrecy. It's our money. We want to understand how it works. Then on the fiscal cliff barometer, which we calculate every year, we are glad to report that with this very progressive primary budget surplus, the position looks better than a year ago. And that gives us some relief that this progressive approach to budgeting that has been used this year gives us relief around this matter. However, slide 19, please, Alan. We have to make the point that the whole budget rests on maintaining the budget position in respect of civil service remuneration. If this position slips, the budget falls apart, and at the same time, the fiscal cliff calculation will not look as good as it looks at the moment. It will look much worse. Can we then go to slide 22, please, Alan? The Fiscal Cliff Study Group on numerous previous occasions spoke about the importance of vehicles manufactured in South Africa being purchased by government at all levels, including cabinet, right down to municipal level. This recommendation has the support of these committees. It's been supported by these committees on numerous occasions. These committees have written to the presidency and to President Ramaphosa on these matters more than once. And the Fiscal Cliff Study Group would like to get feedback this morning on the response of the presidency and President Ramaphosa on the earlier correspondence to the presidency on this very important matter, please. Can we then go to slide 24, please, Alan? We know that South Africa has been grey listed. Again, in the slides that I didn't show, we've given an explanation around grey listing. But what we don't understand and what we want to understand from the Treasury is of grey listing be on South Africa's customs union partners and payments in terms of the customs union. And what will the impact, if any, of be partners and payments in the CMA countries, if any? We South Africans really need to understand this as a matter of great urgency, and government has just been completely silent on these important points. Alan, thank you. If we can go to slide 25. So, recommendations of the Fiscal Cliff Study Group, Honorable Chairperson, members. South Africans are not in tax captivity. There is an upper limit on the taxes that can be raised. In terms of the SACU transfers, report separately in future, please, the customs component, the excise component, the development component, and publish the calculations used to come up with the relevant amounts. We as South African taxpayers should see what's going on. And that separate calculation will show South Africa's generosity as a donor country. The next slide, please. Slide 26, Alan. Publish the scenery sharing agreement. Show us how this amount is calculated, where it comes from, how it works. Give us the formula. Again, it's South African tax money being paid away to the Common Monetary Area partners, and we don't know how it works. We need much more transparency from the side of the Treasury as South African taxpayers. Then the success of the budget depends on containing civil service remuneration. I've made this point. The fiscal cliff barometer improved marginally. And then lastly, in my last 30 seconds before I reach my 10 minutes, which I hope will serve as an example to other presenters, Honorable Chairperson, I must make the point that please don't pay R1 billion to Tottenham Hotspur. It's South African taxpayers' hard-earned money. It's R1 billion that somebody wants to pay to a British soccer club. There's no justification for it. It's clear that some people in government really do not understand how hard taxpayers work for their money and clearly don't understand the serious needs that we have for more spending in South Africa if somebody thinks it's a good idea to pay away R1 billion to a UK soccer club. We expect more respect. We expect more respect our own taxes. Honorable Chairperson, members, attendees, thank you very much. Alan, thank you very, very much for taking us through the presentation. I've used my 10 minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Prof.
No, sorry, my video is not working. I just wanted to say thank you, Chair. I'm done. Thank you very much for giving me 10 minutes this morning. Appreciate.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. But there is no suggestion that we don't give you ample time to present, either in the past or either when you make a call to us. Last week you called me, I took your call and we had a long conversation over the phone. So I think it should be recorded here that we try as much as we can to accommodate all the stakeholders. I realize that we're supposed to knock off at 12:30. We're not going to make it. We'll make sure that we extend until all the stakeholders make a presentation. So I thought that clarity should be made, Prof. Thanks very much for your presentation.
Clarity, I really appreciate. Thank you very much.
Sure, Prof. Rousseau. And that matter that you raised, remember, while Comrade Eunice is still in the platform, when I joined this committee, Comrade Eunice, amongst the issues that he handed over to me was this issue of vehicles that are being manufactured in South Africa. He had taken the matter up to the level that you are raising of, I think at that time, I'm not sure whether it was Minister Davis, but Comrade Eunice is here. He will clarify that even before Minister Patel and the Office of the President. And at some stage, I remember Dr. Masonda as the Deputy Minister making a comment in this regard. But I think Comrade Eunice at the right time, you will give us guidance when we come to the discussion on the matter raised by Prof. Rousseau on the vehicle manufacturer. Let's move to South African Institute of Taxation.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity to present our brief thoughts on the National Budget 2023. By way of introduction, my name is Kitimesi Sasana, Tax Technical Specialist at the site, and I'll be presenting the site's overall comments regarding the national budget as an introduction. Thereafter, in the interest of time, my colleague, Mr. Keith Engel, will then delve into the specifics as we have prepared and circulated to you accordingly. So at the outset, we'd like to welcome and thank National Treasury for the constraint that they've shown in not increasing or introducing new tax rate increases as this was announced last year. We do appreciate that National Treasury and SARS are starting to realize that taxpayers are already overburdened, and by increasing the tax rates or introducing such increases, this would indeed have been counterproductive. So in essence, we are saying that we appreciate the constraint that was shown, and as Professor Rousseau has already mentioned, we also believe that South Africans are indeed at the fiscal cliff, and by introducing tax breaks, it could, or tax increases, this could literally push us over the cliff. We also further echo the Finance Minister's thoughts regarding the SARS renewal efforts. As an institution institution that works closely with SARS. We do appreciate SARS's efforts in this regard, and we do believe that they are well poised to reach and exceed their revenue collection targets, and we do applaud them in their efforts as they continue to build a fair and just or efficient tax administration system. And just in conclusion, we would be remiss if we didn't mention that we do, as many taxpayers, welcome the introduction of the expanded energy tax incentives for businesses, as well as the rooftop solar energy tax incentives. Although we are concerned about the finer intricacies or details of the specific incentives, considering the national energy crisis that we're currently facing in South Africa, we do appreciate the introduction of these incentives, and it is a step in the right direction. So as I mentioned, in the interest of time, I'll just like to hand over to Keith, who will just take us through all the slides accordingly as we have prepared.
Thanks, Keith. I really appreciate it. Okay, next slide. I think the main point that what we're saying here is that we really don't have a tax problem here. Let's say, again, I think the SARS has done an outstanding job that's making the current situation more permissible. I mean, looking at 2023, the numbers are better because SARS's collections have improved. But when we look at our overall situation, my concern is one that's been going on for over 20 years. We don't really have a tax problem in South Africa. We have an expenditure problem and a regulatory problem. We put too much pressure on the Treasury to solve all of our problems coming to growth in the economy when we have other departments. So when you look at expenditure, for example, Treasury has been doing its best to allocate. We allocate a lot of money to a lot of sectors, and we're not getting our money's worth. So a good example is education. We put a lot of money. I think it's one of the leading things in the budget. And what you're finding is our expenditure is ineffective. It doesn't help for Treasury to throw money around and then things don't work. And so we need to make the other departments far more accountable in making things be effective. And so what happens is we're asking Treasury to dump more and more in without having any real return. The second thing is we have a tendency for excessive regulation. And look, I believe that regulations are necessary, don't get me wrong, but we seem to presume that we want to regulate everything first. And these regulations are really hurting the economy. They're hurting the growth. We see that with Eskom and energy. We're now opening up to an extent. We know the president's working on it. But when it comes to the excessive regulation, my lights just went out due to something, but I'm carrying on, so my apologies for being in the dark. Excessive regulation is also a big strangler on the economy. In many ways, just as damaging as excessive tax. We need to focus more and to deregulate, and not that we get rid of all regulations, but we really have to question why we're doing regulation. We do it too often and it's hurting the economy. If we don't do these other things, there's nothing Treasury can do. The other point to say, and I'm going to say it again, which really is my essence of this point, is that National Treasury, SARS, SARB, FIC, FSCA, and all the Treasury family cannot save the country by itself. You need the other departments to go along. And too long, we've had Treasury doing all the work and then the others just carrying on another way. So unless we change that policy, there's nothing Treasury can do. Next slide. Again, I think this has been said before, but I'm just throwing a few numbers down. We've got too few carrying too many. We've got a population of 60 million. We only have 15 million that are employed. Of that 15 million, 1.3, 1.4, maybe 1.5 are government employees and SOEs. So when we come down to it, we only have 5.2 million taxpayers, a good chunk of which are government employees. So that is very few people. When you're looking at the population, when you're looking at the amount of tax contribution on the income tax side, you'll see that only 20% people making 500,000 or more are paying 80% of the income tax. That's very, very few. And I know that the earlier group was saying we need to tax the rich. The problem is we're taxing the middle class. We are a very unequal society, but part of our inequality isn't because we have so much wealth, it's that we have so much poverty. And what we classify as wealth is really middle class. So when you look at 500,000 rands, that looks like a lot of money in rand. But when you convert it to dollars, it's about $28,000, which is low income for the United States. So we've got to be very careful about these taxes. And one of the fears I have with large scale taxes is we say we're going to tax the super rich. What we end up doing is we taxing the middle and the lower middle. And frankly, we're already at the end of the rope in that respect. So really, we've got to look at those numbers and really look at 500,000 Rand or even R1 million is not very much. Government directors don't get paid that much. As parliamentarians said, their salaries aren't that high. They're really in the middle. It's only the corrupt few that are going off on the side. So let's not hit the middle in the and choke them out. Next slide. Okay, tax to GDP ratio very quickly. One of the things that concerns me is that while we're in this fiscal cliff, we still want the tax to GDP ratio to rise. Now, again, I think SARS has done a very good job at this. And what they've done is they've managed to expand the tax base. So when that's gone on, I think that is the right approach. But I think there's only so much you can do. We can't keep raising taxes more and more. We really have to be more efficient about government spending. So that I'll note, and we move on to the next slide. One point about inflation, I think Treasury has tried to give inflationary increases. I have done my own separate study on this. You'll see that, when you're looking at GDP and as Treasury CPI inflation, they've made some attempts as best they can, but really we're falling short, especially on the middle and the upper ends. And if you look at over a 10-year period, it has taken an effect, which means that one of the problems with inflation is if government is if you're going to increase your salary by 100 Rand and tax is taking back some of that, you're not equal. And so part of the problem is I know Treasury is limited, but inflation increases are very, very difficult. And tax is adding to that inflationary pressure. Let me move on. Next slide. Just to note, the Treasury CPI numbers aren't necessarily stats SA. I don't, while I think when we're talking about inflation of numbers of 4 and 5, really, I think the inflation we're feeling is much higher. And so the compensation doesn't quite get you there. Now, again, I feel very sorry for Treasury because if the money's lacking, the money is lacking. But one of the problems that you will see, and that's what was said by the social grants as well, is that government often doesn't have the ability to make absolute cuts. What it does is it gets extra-additional revenue or savings through inflation. It's a slow and painful but silent way of balancing the books. It's maybe the only way, but please let us know that inflation has hurt us in more ways than one. Next, international tax matters. Let me say that I agree with Treasury that there's something called the OECD Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, that they want to change the international tax paradigm. I agree with Treasury that they need to have a wait and see approach because the rules are so complicated what's being proposed. I think Treasury is smart in waiting it out and seeing what's the right answer, but they'll tend to go along. But I am concerned in the international tax arena overall. And this comes from the OECD, and it seems to be prevalent throughout governments. Look, it's important that we don't have cross-border avoidance and non-double taxation and all of that. But we seem to go into an era where attacking cross-border activity just seems to be the norm, the standard set of going. Just being anti-avoidance, in many cases, you're actually imposing double taxation. What we're finding in Africa is when we deal in Africa, we are facing a lot of double taxation. And a lot of these OECD principles are not feeding through. And what's happening is they see their world where there's a lot of evasion and avoidance, but Africans are quite hostile to foreign investment. Now, South Africa tends to be more like the OECD than the rest of the continent, but we do see excessive double taxation. Now, there are issues too about anti-avoidance, and it's fine to do it for anti-avoidance, but we do have to be careful that we don't go beyond that. And there are a number of anomalies hurting taxpayers on the other side. And so all I'm saying is we need to have a balance, continue on the anti-avoidance approach, but also make sure that we don't go too far. There is a famous Coronation case about foreign business establishments, about outsourcing. I don't think the legislation allows for outsourcing. So I'm kind of confused about this debate, but there is some issues around unit trust. And I think it's more about that than actual foreign business establishment. But nominal foreign business establishments that don't have activity, that is not good either. So I think what we just need is a more careful approach when we look at international tax to parse the good from the bad. I think sometimes we're going all the way good and all the way bad, and that's creating a lot of imbalances. Next one. See, I'm just trying to keep within my time. Tax administration, and then I'll try to shut this up very quickly. Look, tax administration has become much more effective and much more fair. I think the current SARS administration has done a very good job at rehabilitating SARS and improving it a lot. There are issues that people complain about, but one of the issues that is a complaint is that the Tax Administration Act can be imbalanced and too much in favor of the taxpayer, and that doesn't seem to move. And more importantly, the excessive use of penalties. Penalties are designed to punish bad behavior, but oftentimes they're used to raise revenue. And so a lot of times penalties are being imposed for minor offenses, and that's creating a bad taste in taxpayers' mouths. But again, overall, things have improved, but these issues continue. Okay, energy incentives. Let me say on the energy incentives, I think it's a good signal. I think people needed it. I think the commissioner came out. I think Treasury joined in. I think on the business side, the allowances overall, the 125%, i.e. the 25% uplift, and the timing is good. The only problem is on big projects, it takes more than 2 years to get these things going, in part because of heavy regulation. But even then, they still take time. So a 2-year period appears to be impractical. Next. In terms of households, look, again, it's a good signal. I think, though, the problem with the incentive, again, is it's always on personal income tax. We seem to think that whenever we want to have incentives, that we can change the income tax side. The problem with the income tax incentive is, let's set aside the amounts, is that you're really going to get, you have to pay the full amount and then you get a tax rebate at the end of the year. Now, the problem is cash flow. And I would argue, and I know this is hostile, a lot of people don't like this, but a VAT zero rating is more effective and efficient. One, we don't want to keep jamming up personal income tax returns with minor things. It makes it difficult for SARS. If you're gonna, it's just, if there's no reason that the VAT should be more pure than the income tax. A zero rating would have been simpler and more effective. But again, we do appreciate the signaling, but my concern is solar is so expensive that only the rich can really afford it, even with the discount. So things like batteries and inverters should probably have been included because those things are more affordable for the middle and the lower side. But again, we do thank you for the signaling and those adjustments. But I do think I'm over time, so I think I better call it quits. Thank you.
Thanks very much. South Africa Institute of Taxation, South Africa Institute of Chartered Accountant. Comrade Digaledi, Noxi, Comrade Digaledi, are you there? I'm just organizing myself to get into the bus. Can you chair in the meantime? Saika, are you there?
I'm here, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes, let me just share my screen. All right. Let's see. Oops. All right, just want to thank the committee members for having us, giving us the opportunity to present on some key issues that we believe concern the budget. All right, the theme this year for us is the issue of culture, and that culture eats strategy for breakfast. Basically, to reiterate the point that no matter what we decide, no matter what Treasury decides, at the end of the day, government culture will override all those efforts. The fact of the matter is South Africa has a culture problem, and that is impeding on government plans for the economy and the fiscal discipline. So the auditor, all right, sorry about that. The minister himself noted the culture of non-payment, and that it cripples our institutions. This was further reiterated by the Auditor General herself, who said a culture shift is needed in the public sector. The question is now, is Parliament performing its duty? We're saying that there's a duty of professional skepticism that must be exercised by Parliament when it comes to the executive. A culture of accountability is therefore important. So we've got all these issues and all these problems that are caused by what the public views as a lack of accountability. So where is Parliament in all of this? Beforehand, back in 2019, there was talk of ministers being on a performance contract. To this day, we haven't had any feedback. Because of the lack of accountability, citizens are taking matters into their own hands to address problems. People are fixing potholes themselves, directing traffic during load shedding. So what are some of the questions that government must ask, Parliament must ask itself? We have never seen an amendment to the budget since 2019. Whatever the minister tables, that's what makes it through. So the question is, has the standing committee found that the budget to be so accurate that it doesn't need any amendments? Does Parliament use all of its oversight powers timelessly to ensure that the budget and government policies are implemented? Moving on to the economy, there are four things that we've seen that are not included in the budget. One of these is the national water crisis, on which I will elaborate on further. There's the debt, there's the issue of the debt, and finally the implosion of local government. One of the things we noticed there, included in the budget, is this extract where it says that back in 2010, there were about 66 municipalities that were in financial distress. That number has ballooned all the way to 169, and this is out of 257 municipalities. We need a culture of discipline. When we look at the expenditure ceilings, we continue to see that they keep getting broken. Government is not sticking to these expenditure ceilings, which Treasury itself has set. So they're not sticking to their own rules in that regard. What questions do we believe Parliament should ask in this regard? Are consistent breaches of expenditure ceilings acceptable? Is the budget credible considering these consistent breaches? And if not, what is Parliament going to do about it, given the oversight role that it plays? Debt, we've got a culture of procrastination. The fact of the matter is not a single debt ceiling or turnaround target has been met in 15 years. Debt must be repaid. It creates an obligation on the future generations who cannot then spend the money for that time to address serious needs in the countries at that point. So the debt cycle is continuing. There doesn't seem to be any end in sight. So it seems there's a culture of procrastination. Is Parliament satisfied that the minister has in fact addressed all these debt challenges at the various state-owned entities? Okay, we're getting to the crux of the big issue that we believe at SAICA is facing this country. This is what we call ESCOM Part 2, because we believe that it will be way more impactful and have far serious consequences than the electricity load shedding issue. The fact of the matter is, according to the National Water and Sanitation Plan, South Africa is facing a water crisis that is primarily caused by lack of maintenance and investment in the infrastructure. So what are some of the facts about this? First of all, it's not just an issue of water, it is also infrastructure related to sewage and solid waste. 56% of water treatment works are dysfunctional. We've got some further facts there, one of which shows that municipalities are losing about 35% of water through burst pipes, leaks, etc. We've got only 59% of people paying for water. So government is losing a lot of revenue for providing free water where people are not paying. So what does the future look like? This next part is shown by the National Water and Sanitation Master Plan. The new reality is that water will become more expensive to raise revenue because it needs to be funded, and it cannot be funded only with debt. Everybody must use less water. South Africa uses more water than the rest of the world per person per day. So those are some of the problems we're having there. And this is not just something that SAICA has a problem with. The Institute of Civil Engineering reiterates these facts that are on this slide that the members can view at another time. We look at the infrastructure maintenance. What does government say in this regard? We have a 36 billion rand backlog of maintenance. We are simply not completing the maintenance and building of new water infrastructure on time. A lot of the projects are either in implementation phase or procurement phase. Very few seem to be in construction or completed. So why are we behind? We are behind because of poor administration. An example was given in the budget about this project that is at the VAL and how there's lack of project planning, and then whatever Treasury has allocated to that project has had to be, the funds have had to be sent back to Treasury because plans have not been implemented. It does seem, therefore, that there is a culture of procrastination. So when it comes to the funds, what did Budget 2023 say? 34 billion rand is allocated for next year, and those numbers are shown there. So it does seem like, at first glance, it seems like it's enough to address the water crisis until you see this funding gap of 333 billion, that also coming from a government document, the National Water and Sanitation Master Plan. So this is a serious problem. There's a funding gap. This 27.5 billion rand that's raised for this year, it does seem that it is included in the funding available. So is this going to be a second load shedding of far greater consequences? Johannesburg itself needs that 80 billion. So we are running out of time. There is currently a water deficit. So the question for Parliament is, as with load shedding, why has it been so silent and ineffective on this matter? It does seem to be that we are one drought away from disaster. And this will be a triple water disaster. Does Parliament know what the real funding requirement is for the renewal, maintenance, and expansion of all three systems, or in all three spheres of government? South Africa is definitely going to face a water crisis which can be averted if we take the right actions now. Moving on to grey listing, the past, we are already grey listed. So when we look back briefly, we ask ourselves, okay, where was the accountability? How come this whole monitoring process was not followed through? Are we ready? The recent legislation from the end of last year, which was rushed through, imposes a lot of obligations on a lot of people to provide documents and keep them by the 1st of April. What are some of these? The fact of the matter is, legislatively, we've amended the correct legislation, but there are practical concerns which are still not addressed, one of which is the lack of investigations and police action. We've got the new regulations are required for non-profit organizations and the Department of Social Development, which regulates that group. There have been serious administrative difficulties with regulating the NPO sector. Will it be ready by 1st of April to comply with its obligations in terms of the Act? The other changes have been made to the laws pertaining to trustees, trusts, and the Master's Office. A lot of information, again, being required to be kept and be sent to the Master's Office. Yes. The question is that we have is about the systems that are in place. Does the Master's Office have the necessary systems in place? Does it have suitably qualified staff who will be able to handle all this high volume of information that is coming its way? When we look at the Companies Act and the new requirements for CIPC, every year an owner of a company must submit an annual return. Together with that, new documents will have to go in with that annual return, including a shareholders registry. When it comes to the FIC, the FIC, there's been changes to who is an accountable institution. That was amended, and it has been, the effective date was 19 December 2022. So we still have a few questions in this regard. It seems that the legislation was rushed, and there's still regulations that are out for public comment on what exactly is an accountable institution. The question we have there is Parliament really satisfied that both government and the public are ready for this? 1 April 2023 is the deadline. Do trustees, nonprofits, the Master's Office, CIPC, do they have all the systems in place and the staff necessary to fulfill their obligations? Is it prudent to set such a tight deadline and continue a culture of setting targets that we will not be able to reach? And I'd like to thank the committee for listening to our comments in this regard. Thank you.
Thanks, Saika. The next stakeholder, PwC, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to share my screen quickly. Just bear with me while I get that up. Okay, just to confirm that you can see the screen, because I can't see it on my side.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try to go through this as quickly as possible in the interests of everyone's time. Just by way of introduction, so I'm Kyle Mandy, I'm the tax policy leader for PwC. There are just a few things that we want to highlight in the budget. Some of them have been highlighted already by the speakers, so I'm not going to unnecessarily repeat what they've said. The first item we want to deal with is the public sector wage bill and the growth therein. You've heard others talk about the risks associated with this, concerns around whether the budgeted amounts for public sector wages over the medium term are realistic. We share those concerns as well from our perspective. We don't think they are realistic, and that could have a significant and material impact for fiscal outlook, including credibility of the budgeting process itself. The second item that I want to talk about, and Prof. Rousseau has already spoken about this, and in fact, both of us have spoken about this over many years with this committee. But I think it's important once again to highlight it. As Prof. Rousseau mentioned, it's some 80-odd billion rand that's going to be paid out in the next fiscal year to the other SACU member countries. The question arises as to whether that revenue sharing formula is fair. We certainly don't believe that it is fair. We believe that South Africa is effectively giving away significant portions of its tax base, which effectively amounts to international aid. You've got the other member countries having become extremely dependent on the SACU revenues for significant portions of their fiscal revenues. The point here really is that this formula needs to be renegotiated. Government has been talking about renegotiating the formula for many years, but very little to nothing no progress has been made insofar as that's concerned. And to put this into perspective, that's 79 billion rand. If you had to come up with something that was a more realistic and fairer revenue sharing formula, we're talking about amounts that would
pay for the current SRD grant twice over. So we're talking about very significant amounts here. Let me leave it at that. Just to get into some of the tax proposals, there are aspects which we certainly welcome and support. We certainly welcome the government's commitment to essentially avoid tax rate increases while the economy is still recovering. We welcome the fuel levy relief that's been provided in the form of no increases to the general fuel levy and the RAF levy. In the current environment, we certainly believe that's a fair, very fair and reasonable way to provide tax relief to taxpayers. We also welcome the additional funding to SARS to strengthen its revenue collection and initiatives. That is, in many respects, the best investment that government can make, and certainly an investment that probably has the highest returns of any investment that the government is able to make at this point in time. So we very, very much welcome that. On to some of the other income tax aspects, just to talk about on the personal income tax side of things. Started mentioned as well some of the issues around fiscal drag relief and the concerns that in reality we're actually not getting full fiscal drag relief. We certainly agree with that point. The bottom line is that the inflationary adjustments that Treasury has made over the last couple of budgets in reality have been lower than actual inflation. We certainly welcome the attempts to provide that relief, but I think it's important to recognise that the truth of the matter is that the fiscal drag relief is actually below actual inflation and certainly below salary increases that have been seen over the last year and what are expected in the coming year as well. A point that does need to be made is in relation to the fiscal drag relief that's been provided, particularly insofar as the retirement lump sum tables are concerned. That 10% adjustment that's been made doesn't even begin to scratch the surface insofar as full fiscal drag relief is concerned. Those lump sum tables were last amended in 2014, and the bottom line is, if you wanted to provide full fiscal drag relief for retirement lump sums, those tables would need to have been increased by 55% and not 10%. So we are still seeing fiscal drag insofar as that's concerned. There is also still fiscal drag insofar as the transfer duties are concerned. And bear in mind that those are the only tables that have been, besides personal income tax, that have been adjusted for to provide fiscal drag relief. There are a whole host of other monetary amounts, thresholds, and tax tables which have not been adjusted in the current budget, and many of those have not been adjusted for many years. So the reality is that throughout the tax system, we continue to see significant fiscal drag. What Treasury did undertake to do in the 2021 budget was to review its approach to adjusting these thresholds. We don't see that coming through in this year's budget. And I think it's important that in the interest of transparency, for no other reason, that all monetary amount thresholds and tax tables are explicitly addressed in the budget on an annual basis. If there are policy decisions made not to adjust certain amounts and certain tax tables, etc., in our view, that needs to be made explicit, and there needs to be an explicit tax policy statement to that effect. As I said, we don't see that in the budget, and we've never seen that in the budget. In relation to rooftop solar, we certainly agree with some of the statements that have been made by a number of other stakeholders in today's meeting. We certainly generally support the principle of providing incentives to households to address or to incentivize the installation of rooftop solar at private residences. The bottom line, though, is that we don't think this incentive achieves that. Insofar as both the design and the cap are concerned, and the, sorry, not the cap, the extent of the rebate that has been provided, insofar as the maximum of 15,000 Rand is concerned. Limiting it to solar panels is not going to be effective. Limiting it to a maximum rebate of 15,000 Rand is not going to help. It's inadequate to drive the desired behavior that the government is looking for. Limiting solar panels is also going to create a compliance, or sorry, not a compliance burden, an administrative burden for SARS to enforce it. It creates opportunities for abuse as well. Our view is that that incentive needs to be re-looked at. We need to go back to the drawing board insofar as the design is concerned of it in particular, in order to ensure that it incentivizes less wealthy households to actually invest and take up the opportunities insofar as solar is concerned. We certainly have some ideas around how that could be done. Some of that is highlighted here, but as I said, I think it's back to the drawing board insofar as that one is concerned. We do also think it needs to be, any tax incentive in this area needs to be complemented with other measures, for example, regulatory measures. You can question why, in this day and age, just as an example, are newly built houses still being installed with electric geysers. That does not achieve the objective of reducing demand for electricity and the pressures on our electricity supply. The last item that I want to deal with is diesel refunds. And so again, while we certainly welcome the symbolic initiative to provide relief to manufacturers of foodstuffs insofar as the utilization of diesels concerned in those processes, we have significant concerns that this has not gone far enough on a number of fronts. That includes the question of, well, certainly it's welcome that the stated objective of providing relief for food price increases is concerned, is welcomed. What we're addressing there is only part of the food chain, also the food supply chain. We leave out distributors, we leave out wholesalers, we leave out cold storage, we leave out the retailers and so on as well. So to that extent, it's only going to provide partial relief. We also question, why is it only the RAF levy that's being relieved and not the general fuel levy, as is the case with others who benefit from diesel refunds, where it applies both to the RF levy and at least in part to the general fuel levy. We certainly believe that that should be extended to cover the general fuel levy as well. And then there's another question that has to be asked, is why then are we only limiting it to food? There are many other sectors that are equally negatively impacted by the effects of load shedding in the form of increased costs coming from the utilization of diesel to provide backup electricity generation. The principle is that in our view, this should be extended to the entirety of business, and not only to the manufacturers of food, not only to the food sector itself, if you had to extend it to cover the full supply chain insofar as that's concerned. And there's a moral question that has to be asked in the context of where we are as a country insofar as the supply of electricity is concerned. And that is that government will essentially be benefiting from tax windfalls through the increased use of diesel to provide backup electricity. And is that okay in the current circumstances? And I'll leave that as an open-ended question. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, PwC.
The next stakeholder is public economy project. Comrade Eunice, Comrade Noxie, Comrade Digaledi, I might have a problem of network here.
All right, Chair, if you get
Just
cut off, I'll
the
take
village
over.
to come to parliament.
You've already
So
asked.
in case I get cut
yeah.
off.
Fine, fine.
Yeah.
One of us will do it, no problem.
Yes. Sure.
Noxie, how about you? But I'll do it if she does.
Chair, I just want to check that you are seeing my screen.
Yes, you can see your screen. Analysis and commentary on
Thank
budget
you.
2023.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this wonderful and extensive, I think more extensive than ever before, engagement with the budget. It's a very good sign that Parliament is attracting so many people to give such diverse inputs. I'm going to go through just our kind of summary. There's a lot more analysis in the presentation, which we will post in the chat immediately that I finished. So let me get into it. So the budget is presented in a context of multiple crises facing South Africa. The growth outlook has deteriorated since the tabling of the MTBPS, with load shedding, rail export constraints, and the operational crisis of local government all playing a decisive role in constraining South Africa's growth prospects, all taking place in a context of global uncertainty. But in addition to those kind of economic crises and the attendant social crises that they portend, the budget has a particular problem in dealing with the political crisis that South Africa finds itself in, because there's notable uncertainty on the policy issues that are required for critical fiscal planning. Political incoherence at the center of government makes effective planning, budgeting, and oversight nearly impossible. This is taking an increasing toll on the quality of budget institutions. And again, this year, or we did so at the time of the MTBPS, but again, one of the points we're making in our presentation is that we need to guard against the erosion of the fiscal institutions that have been established by the Constitution. Not because there are evil people somewhere trying to destroy these institutions, although that might also be true, but because in a context of an incoherent political center, it's possible for the budget to drift away from reality. And let me give you one example of the kind of thing that we're talking about. If you listen to the State of the Nation address, you might come away with the impression that government's flagship response to the crisis of unemployment is the Presidential Employment Initiative, which is, you know, an important flagship program of government. As far as we could make out, it is not mentioned in the budget. The last time it was mentioned and concrete figures provided was in budget last year in 2022, where funding was only provided for a single year. There's no update as far as we can make out in the current budget, except for a single reference in Annexure W1. And so it begs the question, is this part of the program of government? Is it going to be funded? Isn't it going to be funded? And we simply don't know. And that is a reflection in our view of, as I said, political incoherence at the center of government. At the center of the budget is the announced fiscal consolidation that was due to take place, that has been planned for some time, that will be taking place in 2023, in the year that's coming, in the fiscal year that's coming. That fiscal consolidation is still the intention. There's been very little retreat. There's been some easing of the consolidation, but there's been very little retreat from the fact that in 2023, the year that is coming, government is planning a very large contraction in government consumption spending. Government consumption spending is about 20% of GDP. So on the one hand, this does contribute, of course, to fiscal consolidation and stabilizing debt, etc. But on the other hand, it will mean a substantial shock to aggregate demand. And in fact, if you look at the size of the shock to government consumption, it's unprecedented. We've never had such a large shock in a single year to government consumption. So of course, Treasury in its macroeconomic outlook sees private investment as offsetting this contraction in demand and leading to an overall just about positive growth rate in 2023 of about somewhere between 0.5 percentage point. But nevertheless, at a time when we're facing these multiple crises, it is certainly not without risks to impose such a large contraction on government consumption expenditure. Also, what it's going to mean is that resources for core public services, basic education, healthcare, and criminal justice will be reduced significantly in the coming year. This will have a direct effect and an indirect effect. It will have a direct effect on the incomes of what we're calling lower middle income citizens. Essentially, you could think of that as public servants. So those who are in the top 3 deciles of the income distribution, so not the poorest, but nevertheless, those outside the affluent top 5%. And they will face fewer jobs because there will be fewer jobs available in the public sector in particular. And they will face lower income because the budget plan imposes plans to impose quite a significant further reduction in the real incomes of public servants. And of course, that effect, since the public service makes up such a big share of that demographic group, lower middle income people, that is going to have rebound across that whole sector in the distribution of income quite strongly. But it has a second indirect effect, and that is that education, healthcare, and criminal justice provided by the state, government consumption is not consumed by government. Government spending on consumption is consumed by the users of basic education services, the users of healthcare services, the users of public criminal justice services. And to the extent that those services will find their resource base substantially reduced, we are indirectly reducing the consumption level of the poorest 50% of the population who depend exclusively on those services for their consumption of healthcare, education, and criminal justice. There are some progressive elements and attempts to offset these effects within the budget. In particular, it's worth noting the expansion of the Early Childhood Development Program, which is an important new path forward in public policy, which I think is important. Also, I've mentioned the public employment programs and possibly an extension of social grants if government is ever able to conclude its view on the basic income grant and the social relief of distress grant. All of these things could happen and offset the contraction in government consumption. However, the size of the proposed contraction in government consumption is so large that we have to say these offsetting elements will be overwhelmed. And so the bottom line is that fiscal consolidation may well be necessary and it may well be executed, but we shouldn't fool ourselves that this is likely to lead to worsening income inequality in South Africa and a greater burden and impact in particular on the poor and lower middle income South Africans. The main news event of this budget, I think, is obviously the 254 billion rand in cash that will be given to Eskom over the next 3 years. This money will overcome Eskom's bankruptcy. So Eskom is currently effectively bankrupt. So injecting the cash will create a strong financial platform to address load shedding, to invest in the infrastructure necessary for the structural reforms that have to take place in the electricity sector, and probably contribute towards this goal of a just energy transition that government claims to be pursuing, or at least certain elements of government are pursuing. In our view, the broad approach is sound to how Treasury has structured this. Electricity supply is a binding constraint on growth. And from a public finance point of view, it makes sense to pump money into solving that constraint, because every rand you put there is likely to generate more than a rand, especially if it goes to lowering the level of load shedding. However, the restructuring and turnaround plan may prove challenging to implement. The increased cash transfers to Eskom also could herald a permanent subsidization of coal-fired electricity supply in South Africa, financed out of general taxation. And in our view, this, if it did take place, this is not Treasury's intention, but sometimes the path to hell is paved with good intentions. So it may, and I'll come back to this just now, I'll show you a graph of what I'm talking about. If it happens, it would be a highly regressive fiscal move at odds with government's claimed commitment to the energy transition. Aside from the Eskom bailout, fiscal measures that respond to the electricity supply disaster are few in number and paltry in as we've heard from others. They don't really change the game. So with the, I know Treasury was very concerned about the regressive impact of tax relief for affluent households who are able to afford solar power. And this indeed is an important concern. But in a sense, we're left in the worst of both worlds, because on the one hand, the incentive is not enough to fundamentally change behavior. On the other hand, it's 15,000 Rand cash in the pocket of affluent people who were probably going, it hasn't changed their behavior. They were going to buy the solar anyway. Now they get 15,000 off. I'm not sure what social objective that achieves that justifies the regressive nature of the measure. Had it been a larger, bolder measure, then it may have been possible to kind of stomach the regressive implications, but yeah. So finally, National Treasury reports an improvement in the budget deficit, suggesting a stronger fiscal footing. However, these improvements reflect the exclusion of likely expenditures from the framework in future years, on the one hand, and a change in accounting practice that, in our view, wrongly excludes Eskom bailouts from spending and from the deficit. Once these two factors are taken into account, the expectation of an improved fiscal outlook seems more apparent than real, and we believe that the primary balance is reverting to a deficit next year, and we think that debt is unlikely to stabilize in the medium term. I'm not sure how many minutes I have left, but I just wanted to cover hopefully 2 or 3 graphs. This is showing bailouts for state-owned companies over the last 10 years or more. You can see that in the past, for instance, in 2008 and 9 and 10, most of this money went to Eskom. At that time, it was described as a subordinated loan. Later on, during the course, as events unfolded, Eskom felt that having a subordinated loan on their balance sheet made their financial ratios look bad. So in order to access markets, they asked Treasury to convert the subordinated loan to equity, right? And which Treasury did. So the point I'm making is that over the last 10 years, there's been an increasing allocation of cash out of the National Revenue Fund to repair the balance sheets of state-owned companies, particularly Eskom. You've seen this has escalated, particularly in the last 5 years. And now we have a plan on the table to do exactly the same, to allocate 254 billion Rand in cash to repair the balance sheet of Eskom. Now, it's not clear that that money will all be used for debt relief. We will see what happens in the next 3 years. There are pressures on Eskom's balance sheet that arise from a number of factors, and debt is not the only one. And so it's quite possible this money will be used for many things. But the idea that there will be 3 years of these transfers, you can see we would have now had almost 5 or 6, at the end of the process, we would have had 5 or 6 years of very large cash transfers to Eskom. And then the hope is that then it will come to end. Eskom will be a self-sustaining company in a wholly restructured market-based electricity supply industry that will be standalone and will work on its own. But that is that's the outcome that Treasury is pursuing. But if I had to guess, that would not be my baseline scenario. My baseline scenario would be that Eskom is likely to continue to depend on these cash transfers out of the fiscus, and so this becomes financing essentially of coal-fired power generation in South Africa, reducing the price of that of electricity consumption on a permanent basis in order to do things such as avoid paying additional tariff increases, which the president himself has cast doubt on. So it's now the challenge I think that we raise here is that while all of these payments in the past are classified as expenditure, in the future, in other words, during the next 3 years, Treasury has decided to reclassify them so they are no longer a part of expenditure. And we think this is problematic because it creates in our view, a wrong impression of both the budget deficit and the path of expenditure. So here is the path of non-interest expenditure, so expenditure excluding interest payments, that is set out in the budget documents. Notice that my vertical axis, it only starts at 22%. I'm only showing you the top of these bars, but I've broken it into core expenditure, which is the gray, which is expenditure on core public services. And then the blue we can ignore today is just the skills levy and the fuel levy sharing with metros, which remains pretty constant. And then these yellow bars are payments for financial assets that have been incurred in previous years and which contributed to non-interest expenditure. So we see the budget is showing a very large contraction in non-interest expenditure from about 25.5% of GDP this year to 24.1% of GDP next year, a massive contraction in non-interest expenditure, which achieves fiscal consolidation. That is the picture that is painted in the budget. It is true that if you look at just the core spending, there is a substantial reduction in core spending planned for next year. We'll see if it takes place. But if you analyze what is going on in this graph, I think you can already see what is going on, that actually most of the reduction is not a reduction in non-interest expenditure. It results from the removal of payments for financial assets, these yellow bars. The redefinition of those payments as no longer part of expenditure. So if we bring the Eskom bailout back into the expenditure line and we add it back, we see that all that has really happened is that payments for financial assets, which in the past are part of non-interest expenditure, in the future are no longer part of non-interest expenditure. And once we re-include them and we have a consistent definition across all the years, there isn't really a dramatic fall in non-interest expenditure. The second thing that explains falling non-interest expenditure is the fact that Treasury is now not including plausible increases in spending in the future estimates of expenditure. So in the past, I mean, we all make this assumption that the past spending outcomes can be compared to the future budgeted outcomes, that those two things are comparable, as I'm comparing them here, because I have past outcomes and future budgets. But the difference between past expenditure outcomes is they include underspending, they also include overspending on compensation, whereas the future doesn't. And if all we've done here with these green bars is to assume essentially that the compensation budget grows in line with Treasury's forecast of CPI inflation. So if we add these two elements, the reclassification, which is just an accounting change, and we accommodate plausible increases in spending in the future, we end up with no reduction in non-interest expenditure as a share of GDP. And non-interest expenditure, one of the reasons it's so important is that it goes into, it's the main variable that goes into the primary balance. So we're then told that the primary balance will improve year after year after year. Here we simply take Treasury's revenue and GDP, all of the numbers they use in the deficit, but we add back these items that have been excluded now from the primary balance. And we find that the primary balance is likely to go into deficit next year. So I'll stop there, Chair, and thank you again for the opportunity. This presentation had input from my colleagues at Public Economy Project, Rashad Amra, Thokozile Madonko, and Owen Wilcox, and all of us are open to engage further on these issues. Thank you very much.
Hello, is
Are you
Joe, are
done
you
public
there?
economy project?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Let's take the next stakeholder, Dr. Sean Muller. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the Honourable Chairpersons and Honourable Members. I'm just going to share my screen. I hope you can hear me. It's always amusing when people come to Parliament and talk about accountability and then they can't stick to their 10 minutes. I will try to avoid doing that. One thing I would just like to say as a preliminary remark, I have mentioned at previous hearings of these committees that the notion of the fiscal cliff as it's deployed by the fiscal cliff study group isn't really credible. The methodology used is not credible either, and the fact that those claims are repeated in the media doesn't make them credible. I think it's really important that if we do have, those of us who have expertise on these matters should raise them when we see such issues being presented in these committees. The notion of fiscal cliff and falling off the cliff and stuff, it just really has no methodological credibility whatsoever. So I would really ask that members not attach any weight to that. Getting on to my own submission, there are 5 parts to it. It's quite short, and I'm going to try and be punchy. Most of these issues relate to political economy. It would be nice to dwell a bit more on technical issues, but more and more over time, what we're seeing is that fiscal issues in South Africa, in order to understand them, in order to unpack why various decisions are problematic, we have to understand the political economy. I would prefer to talk about the technical issues, but ultimately what's important is that the members understand what's really going on. So when it comes to the Eskom debt restructuring, the fundamental issue here really is about shifting, from a political economy perspective, is about shifting the costs of the just transition, both globally and locally, onto the wealthy, onto the less wealthy, and those less able to pay. The structuring, the purpose really of the COP26 deal wasn't so much to help South Africa make a just transition, but to manipulate the manner in which we engage in our energy transition to serve these other interests, not to serve the interests of the general public. That effort stalled, and one of the reasons was because the terms were actually so vague or unfavorable that they couldn't really be sold in South Africa to local interests or citizens. And so instead, what is happening, instead of using the COP26 deal to essentially manipulate the policy process in South Africa to inappropriately determine our energy transition through these international conditionalities, what seems to be happening is that the Eskom debt relief process is being used for that purpose. Now, I should say that both of these in principle are desirable. It's desirable that wealthier countries transfer money to less wealthy countries to assist with their energy transitions. partly because of the historical damage that wealthy countries have done to the environment and the climate. And similarly, it's desirable for the state, I believe, I agree with most other commentators, it's desirable for the state to take on some of Eskom's debt, but the issue is how it's being done. As I say in my submission, it's extremely concerning that the powers given to the Minister of Finance and the lack of accountability. In principle, the Eskom debt relief bill allows the Minister of Finance to dictate the trajectory of the energy transition on terms that are not subject to legislature oversight. That does undermine the constitution. It undermines the purpose of parliament. And really, this is something that the committees should do something about. I mentioned here the fact that it seems that the changing of minister and the DDG of assets and liabilities at the Treasury appears to have facilitated pushing through these kinds of measures. Yeah, and there are big concerns about accountability. There's more detail in the submission. The second issue is about renewable energy tax incentives, and that links to the political economy problem. I'm pleased to hear some of the other presenters note that this is likely to benefit really the wealthy, and it's not likely to have a substantial effect on behavior. Where I disagree is the idea that those problems could be addressed or alleviated by increasing the scope of this incentive or adding additional things. I think Treasury was right to exclude batteries, for example. But unfortunately, there's really no evidence. There's no modeling. There's no evidence being provided to suggest that this is going to address load shedding, which is kind of the headline. There's this intuitive notion that, oh, if we encourage households to invest in solar, that's going to help with load shedding. But there needs to be some evidence, there needs to be some modeling to support this. Moreover, when it comes to these kinds of incentives, there needs to be a mechanism in place to assess whether they're working or not. The National Treasury hasn't provided that, largely because the justification itself is incredibly vague. So at this stage, it seems likely that the 9 billion that's referred to in the budget could well just end up being a wasteful rent-seeking exercise that benefits those who, as one other presenter has said, would invest in these measures anyway. The 9 billion includes businesses as well as households, but the concerns in relation to businesses are the same. It seems very unlikely that the measures in place are actually going to help businesses that wouldn't be able to afford to invest in these in this infrastructure anyway. To do so, it's basically just going to give more money to businesses that can already afford to make these investments, and that's not in line with policy priority. The third issue is one that I've raised a number of times in these committees, which is about the employment tax incentive. The amount of tax revenue foregone probably exceeds 40 billion rand, which is an enormous amount for an individual tax incentive. There is no credible evidence that the ETI has led to new job creation. I think it's very important to repeat that. There's no credible evidence that the ETI has led to new job creation. What that means, just as a matter of logic, is that it's inflated company profits rather than benefiting the poor and unemployed, who it was supposed to benefit. So 40 billion rand has benefited company profits rather than the poor and the unemployed. That should be a matter of concern. And yet there's a great deal of enthusiasm, it seems, for expanding and continuing the employment tax incentive, which I suggest discredits claims about South Africa pursuing evidence-based policy and being a developmental state. It reflects very poorly on the presidency, the Ministry of Finance and the Treasury, also the business press that have been pivotal in pushing this policy despite the dubious evidence initially when the policy was adopted, and subsequently the lack of credible evidence to show that it's working. But unfortunately, it also reflects poorly on Parliament, because at any point, this much is clear, Parliament has the power to stop this incentive. And I believe it should, given that essentially it's not serving its purpose and it's consuming a significant amount of tax revenue. I should mention in this regard that it was very disappointing to see that the FFC endorsed in 2022-23 the employment tax incentive. I went and looked at that, the chapter on which that endorsement was based. It excludes all the critical scholarship on the employment tax incentive, which reflects very poorly on the FFC's competence, credibility, and impartiality, at least on that issue. A fourth thing I want to talk about was developments in civil society. A number of members and chairpersons in the past have raised concerns about the role of civil society, whether civil society or people and organizations who claim to be civil society organizations actually have any kind of mandate, and so forth. And I think these are all very important questions, but of course there are better and worse ways of raising them. Members, and because of that awareness, which I think is good, I felt that it was also important to bring members' attention to the fact that one very good civil society organization that has been involved in coordinating initiatives and submissions to these committees has had to shut down, apparently because of a lack of funding. This is what I understand. It's called the Women in Democracy Initiative, and it was doing very good work on public finance and legislature issues. I should declare that I did some work with them myself. I did not always agree with them on everything, but by and large, I thought they were doing excellent work. Interestingly, there are other organizations like the Institute of Economic Justice with less experience, less objective credibility, I think, on some of these issues that are overflowing with money for very similar and supposedly feminist work. Now, this is not about feminism per se. The interesting issue is about how donors select organizations in South Africa to fund or not fund. And there are serious questions as to why certain kinds of organizations receive a great deal of donor funding and therefore can continue to exist, expand their influence, platform themselves and so forth. And other organizations that objectively seem to be doing excellent work have to shut down because they don't have funding. I think there are very many interesting lessons to be learned from this. I can't dwell on them, but nevertheless, I thought it might be a good opportunity to draw members' attention to this development. Finally, I wanted to briefly talk about the relief of distress grant, which the Treasury has decided to extend but end in 2024. There's a good deal of scholarship prior to COVID-19 that suggested that something like a basic income grant was necessary in order to expand the social safety net to cover the many people in South Africa who need it and are not covered by existing social support grants or other kinds of measures. So that existed before the COVID-19 grant. There's a good deal of evidence that's been produced to show that the COVID-19 grant has had beneficial effects. Moreover, it's been credibly argued that it provides a solid mechanism by which one could introduce something like a basic income grant, even if it's at a lower level than previous arguments might have endorsed. So in that context, it's kind of concerning that the National Treasury is intending to scrap that grant. Why not? I don't mean to be facetious here. It's important to say that scrapping something like the employment tax incentive, the evidently ineffective or likely to be ineffective renewable energy incentives and so forth would not be enough to fully subsidize even the continuation of that grant, but it would go some of the way, and it would suggest a certain commitment to dealing with poverty and inequality in South Africa rather than essentially benefiting the rich through these additional ineffective measures like the ETI. But there doesn't seem to be any intent on the part of Treasury to do that. The final point I would like to make, which in some ways is extremely concerning, is that the intent stated in the budget to end this grant weeks before the 2024 election almost appears designed to negatively affect the party taking that decision. Now, in saying this, I'm not taking any position on which parties should or shouldn't do well in the national elections next year. But I think if you were to approach a behavioral economist or a behavioral political scientist and say, what can we do with the budget to really negatively affect the electoral prospects of the party in power? They would say, take a large social grant and end it 3 weeks before the election. If you end it a year before the election, people will adapt and they'll forget, and maybe they'll feel less strongly. But if you end it immediately before the election, that should have a pretty negative effect. It seems very strange, but it speaks to the complexities of South Africa that a Minister of Finance from the ruling party, from the majority party, and the National Treasury here overseas would do this. I think it does raise some potential concerns about indirect electoral manipulation. The bigger issues are, of course, about addressing poverty and inequality, but the timing of this measure is extremely concerning. So there is more detail in my written submission, and I'll be happy to address any questions. Thank you.
Joe, are you there? Joe? Noxie, do you want to chat? Noxie? All right, then I'll just quickly share. As far as I can see, there's 2 more left. Am I right? Nkululeko? Right, let's go on. We've got my computer's frozen for some reason. Oh, there, it's open now. There's only Benjamin Cronin. Is that right? Yeah. Hi, Benji. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and other honourable members and participants. just a small
I haven't
correction.
seen you in a jacket before. What did your father say?
Yes. No. That is to present, I hope, an area of seriousness with which my submissions hopefully will be. But also just to clarify, I was recorded as very generously Dr. Benjamin Cronin. I have no claim to the title doctor, lest anyone get that impression. I thank you for this opportunity to address you on what is quintessentially, I would say, the most important legal making process in the South African constitutional system. And it's critical. I really wish to draw and underline that it is the making of law, the budget process. And the central theme that I wish to make submissions on, and I understand the particular purpose and timing of this hearing relates to the fiscal framework, right, which is a novation of the Money Bills and Related Matters Act, which I'll refer to here as the Procedure Act. And I think it's very, very important as both houses of parliament seek to finalize and adopt the fiscal framework, that there's a clear articulation of its legal status. It's not primary or secondary legislation. In fact, I would submit it is not binding on Parliament and shouldn't restrict or circumvent it from amending appropriations or in fact any other money bill. Now, why is this important? I think it's critical. So many accountants, economists participating in this, and I have enjoyed listening to many of the other participants' submissions, but almost all of them are concerned with the sort of upper bound limits and whether spending is appropriate. As a lawyer, my predominant concern would be meeting minimum obligations, and the amendment to appropriations, I would submit, critically needs to consider all of government's obligations, which fall on Parliament as well. But specifically on the fiscal framework, I just want to say, you know, it is a collection of assumptions presented to the people's elected representatives, I think, to explain from National Treasury and the Minister of Finance's side of things, how they have assembled these draft bills. But the purpose, nevertheless, as part of the Procedure Act, is to facilitate their amendment, potential amendment by Parliament. I note in Section 8(9) of the Procedure Act, it envisages money bills being amended in accordance with the estimates set out or contained in the adopted fiscal framework, which must be contained in a resolution of Parliament. And what I wish to submit is that this adoption, this resolution, needs to take cognizance of the fact that it's not legally binding, that the resolution itself doesn't create, the adoption of the fiscal framework doesn't create law, and that Parliament does need to recognize that it has, as yet unexcussed by the Constitutional Court or indeed many courts in South Africa, underlying unseen, you know, as in the image of an iceberg, massive obligations as part of the whole of state, and which I will allude to in a short while. Now, I think it's important and prudent for Parliament to articulate its legal status of the fiscal framework in its resolution, in part because of the ambiguity in the Procedure Act, right, which creates this, could create the impression that it binds Parliament. And in this respect, I wish to just draw members' attention, honourable members' attention to two Constitutional Court judgments. The first from 1995, where the then President of the Court, Arthur Chaskelson, suggested that the proclamation of Parliament, which failed to amend an executive overreach to claim to restrict Parliament's original power, legislative power, was unconstitutional, and that was in the judgment of the Executive Council of the Western Cape versus the President in 1995. And a second, which, unlike the first dealing with the interim constitution, dealing with the final constitution, Justice Nobo in the Executive Council of the Western Cape versus the Minister of Provincial Affairs and Constitutional Development, I think very importantly articulated that the executive, in the form of the Minister of Finance, the administrative branch, National Treasury, and other state employees, can only act to create secondary law within the circumference of originally empowered legislation from Parliament. And critically, an appropriation is an act of law passed by Parliament. Now, I've heard from a number of the participants in this very interesting discussion, I think, a vague allusion to constitutional obligations. And I wish to just address three minor issues. The first is there has been an extraordinary gap in our law in that almost all constitutional rights cases, almost all suits in respect of future financial commitments of government departments have been directed at departments themselves with already predetermined budgets passed by Parliament or by provincial legislatures. We have yet to see and yet to test Parliament's original lawmaking powers, particularly in relation to appropriations. The second is to suggest that this is likely to change. There's currently before the Western Cape High Court a ongoing piece of litigation which a NGO is testing whether the Western Cape Education Department has adequately resourced schools to fill what is an immediately realizable right, the right to basic education. Unlike other progressively realizable rights, the right to basic education, the government cannot, has no excuse, it has to provide a spot in a public school to any child in need of such. And an open question is, that was directed at the provincial department, not at the provincial legislature or at the national legislature. Another interesting recent development was the challenge to the failure to meet the third year of increment spending in the civil service salary process. Now, what I found fascinating is there were about 99 parties to that, but Parliament wasn't one of them. And I think that Parliament has been extraordinarily lucky in that it has yet to face judicial ire in respect of determining whether it has met its obligations. And in that respect, what I'd finally like to, in conclusion, just say is I would submit that it would be prudent for both committees and for Parliament when drafting the resolution in adopting the fiscal framework to consider three additional statements. The first is to clarify that the fiscal framework is not binding on Parliament. It is just a set of assumptions which may not transpire. The second is the resolution adopting the fiscal framework does not itself create law. It's not giving it the status of law. And thirdly, that Parliament is committed to meeting all of its obligations, whether those are socioeconomic rights, current contingent or expected future financial commitments, and that it will apply its mind to those and amend appropriations where necessary. I thank you.
Thank you, Benji. You had 7 minutes, 16 seconds. I liked what Sean said, actually, Muller. He said people who demand of Parliament, and correctly so, that we hold the executive to account, but they also don't account for the use of time. But we are where we are. We're about to end. I'm not sure that there's any value. People are rushing. Some are in the buses to get to sittings. Some are the hybrids. So some have to appear in the House and some have to make their way to the, well, they are at the computers right now or communicating virtually. So very quickly, can we please defer questions till Friday? And those who are not here, we will have to send the questions members to them in writing, and they will have to reply by Monday, regrettably. Secondly, a reminder to all presenters today, or presentations, can you do a page summary, please, or thereabouts, so that the researchers can be as accurate as possible about your main points. Thirdly, we thank everybody. There are some very sweeping statements made. I don't know whether they're accurate or not, Treasury, but you'll have to reply to them. For example, there's a claim here that your figures about the tax employment incentive, well, under the subtext is that it's false. Can you reply to that, please? Michael Sachs has raised lots of issues in the second half. Some of it I don't fully technically understand. I'm unapologetic about it. I'm not an economic or financial expert. I'm merely a chair. So can you reply to what Michael Sachs has said? A lot of things, and all of the submissions today, you'll have to reply to Treasury on Friday. Comrades, colleagues, please, can we settle this matter? It's been dragging on for about 5-6 years. I did have an exchange with the chair of the NA on this matter. Can I suggest that we ask the two content advisors and the committee secretaries to pull together all the recommendations we've made on this matter of cars that are assembled here being bought by ministers, deputy ministers. It can't be an instruction, Professor Rousseau. I think I've told you that, or your colleague. I have told you how complex the matter is. I was told you in my Corolla is more complex. I thought the Corolla is all assembled here. The deputy minister, I think, did a PhD in this area. Am I right? In this area, I don't know. So please, Professor Rousseau, it's far more complex than you make out, but you're entitled to an answer. I have, in fact, reported to you what the presidency did. It's referred at the moment to the minister, and it's in the reports. So Treasury, can we have a reply on Friday to this issue? The Deputy Minister of Finance will help you to shape the reply because he made a very good input in a meeting that was of a parliamentary structure on this very issue. It was handed over to Treasury. So please ask Deputy Minister Sondo to assist you in this regard, and Friday you have to reply, and we'll insert it into our report and give Professor Rousseau his reply. Is there anybody who objects to that? This matter has been on the agenda, Esther Zakele, what, since 2017 or so? Right, fine. Whoever is coordinating the first draft of the report, if it's Esther, I'm not sure, or Zakele, will ensure this gets done. It's half an hour's work, put it all together, just send it to Treasury. Treasury, you on your behalf quickly. Please, you look at all our reports on this matter and reply to us on Friday. Anything else? Is anybody disagreeing with that? I don't see any hands up. Fine, we'll have to conclude for now. I thank everybody. I apologize that it came to what it did, but we will continue on Friday. Thank you. You will get the notices from Alan and Nkululeko. Thank you. The meeting is concluded.
Thank you.